Come on, step up, talk about what you want. Nothing's going yet. I woke up a bit late. I woke up about 5 to, what's the name? 5 to 1. We're scheduled for 5 past. So quickly nipped downstairs, got a cup of tea and some water. And, yeah, so, you know, getting rocking and rolling a bit. I don't know what you're going to talk about, what you're interested in. Oh, Rose Jane, hello, Rose. Oh, I had a good live stream yesterday. Was it yesterday? I can't remember what day it was. What horse it was yesterday, wasn't it? And Wanda came in. It's really helped me out last night. Wanda, she complained. So are you. Oh. How are you? What have you been doing today? Keep going a bit. My lips are cracking. You know, it's weird weather. Crack my lips up and writing. Yes, I'm going to put some cream in it. I've got this stuff. Product placement. Here we go. What's it called? Naturally. Ooh, yeah. Naturally, where's it gone? Oh, it's really hard to do this. You see what it says on there? It's 100%. It's 100% petroleum free, all natural. You know, proper stuff. Yeah, no petroleum in it, no bullshit in it at all. No horrible oils, no crap. It's got waxes in and Canuba wax, speed wax, and all naturally derived ingredients. I can't say I speak. I'll look at this, what you said in a minute. Camphor oil, castor oil, sorry. Carnauba wax, beeswax. Yeah, only on ever 100% naturally derived ingredients. There you go. That's the one. Yeah, that's really good. Green chapped lips. Beauty Kitchen. Natural, effective, sustainable. Yay. Yeah. Okay. Like I said, I just woke up about 5 to, I don't know if you heard what I said. Woke up about 5 to 1. I was scheduled for 5 past. But I just woke up naturally. I didn't put an alarm on or anything. But I had my windows open. It was pretty kind of warm in the room. So, anyway, I was only in my t-shirt. I fell asleep on the bed. I was cold, so I just put 2 t-shirts on. So I've got my whole t-shirt on from yesterday. I put my jumper on, I put my coat on, and put 2 hats on, 2 woolly hats. Yeah, you know that video they took down? I saved a lot of it. I listened to it all back, all 5 hours of it yesterday. Me and Wanda talking and that, you know, and she was telling me what he was saying in the chat and that. And well, I wish she'd left it on. I've asked him, I've sent a thing to him, you know, saying it's a way of retrieving it, you know, put it back up and just just take out the stuff with the copyright shit in it. Not so bad I can't do that. It's a piss easy for them. They could do it in 2 minutes, and they could charge me a fee for it if they want. I'll give them a tenner to just give me back. I send them £10. You know, I might suggest that too, because it might actually make them think, oh, we can make some money out of this. You know, because imagine all the videos where they get strikes on them. You know what I mean? Or for what's the name, copyright claims. You know, of all the videos that go on, you know, internet or whatever, internet. You know, it'd be quite a lot of money for them, wouldn't it, over a year or whatever. You know, could amount to a couple of million or some shit like that, you know what I mean? And wanting coin, so usually do. So that might appeal to their better nature, their greed. You know what I mean? They might actually do something about it and get it back. It's a shame not to have the pictures as well. What I did, as I just recorded it in an audio file, it's a bit rough. You know what I mean? It's not the best quality. But I could do it again sometime as well, so, because I've kept the link for it, do you know what I mean? I've kept that email, so it should be you know, just if you want to look at it anytime I want personally, but obviously I can't. It's not published anymore because it's been took off. You know what I mean? So what's been happening? Yeah, I'm doing alright. Just sitting around. It's been storming here most of the day. Wow. What kind of storms was it? Well, I don't know if they sell that product here. Well, they sell something similar to it. Yeah, it's good stuff. Basically, it's non-petroleum bullshit, you know. You don't want that. You don't want petroleum putting that on you. No good as shit. Not natural as it. You might as well just, I don't know, go bathing in crude oil or some shit. I guess I don't know. Been up since 7:30 this morning. What time is it now, Rose Jane, in America? Oh yeah, she's fantastic. Really lovely. We had a really good fun as well. We had a really good two-way thing, you know. I felt really comfortable talking to her. You know, we didn't talk over each other. I had this guy on the other night, a couple of nights ago, and you know, whenever he was getting, I don't know, too kind of like dictatorial or whatever, and I was trying to call him out on it and say, well, you know, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? You know, that's a bit narrow-minded, or that's a bit this, that, and the other. And, you know, you just started talking out right over me when I was trying to make a point and do my head in. But, you know, I sort of like, well, I like the guy, but, you know, I don't know. Yeah. I like the guy. I mean, you know, he knows a lot of stuff, and he's, you know, he's aware of stuff, but that's the trouble with people who are too religious in that. They can be screwed up themselves, you know, too rigid, you know. Yeah, you couldn't because of their phone problems. Was it Wi-Fi or something? No, I don't have 1,000 subscribers. Nowhere near. I don't want 1,000 subscribers. I'm not asked about that. It's the quality of the. I like being a small channel. I won't be able to follow anyone, all of them. Anyway, I can't keep up with it anyway. And I don't really try that much. I can't be bothered if people, you know, you know, don't think I'm any good or whatever, or don't see me of any value, then it's fine, you know, they can subscribe and, you know, just do their thing and I'll do mine, you know what I mean? I mean, I'll get round to seeing them when I can. Some of them, you know, I just see once a year, you know what I mean? Not because I don't mean to see them more often, it's just that other things take over and there's so much to follow all at once. You've not just got YouTube, have you? You've got all the other platforms as well to follow and all the, you know, all the new stuff. You know what I mean? You know, the other channels, the actual websites and stuff like that, where you can. I've got on that Discuss, it's called DISQUS. I've got on that. I've got a handle on that. It's not the same as this, obviously. And what I'm thinking of doing, I might have a channel on there. So, but I might start uploading to different websites and stuff like that, you know, making content, you know, for them. And that might be good. But if I'm uploading content, I'll be called Lovewaves. Yeah. Yeah, on there as well. So, yeah, I'll keep that name for that because obviously I can upload the good videos and I can upload them without any censorship, you know what I mean, issues and all that. But I can, this thing's really good because I can comment on, you know, really good stuff, and people are liking some of the things I say, you know, I'm actually getting thumbs up and shit like that from the comments already. And I've only been doing it for a few days. I've only done it a few times as well, so, but yeah, it's pretty easy to use. The whole stuff in review for like about, I don't know, half an hour or something like that. Just to check you've not said anything, you know, really horrible or anything, you know, stupid, like, you know what I mean, pathetic, like, I don't know, yeah. You know what I mean, like something that crosses the boundaries of, you know, not necessarily good taste, but, you know, decorum, you know, as far as, you know, you can't, you know, it can't be total freedom of speech. You've got to have some, you know, there's got to be certain things you shouldn't really want to ever say. I can't remember who said it. I think it was, who said it? This guy said, yeah, freedom of speech is fine, but there are certain things that are better not being expressed. I've forgotten what the quote is now. In other words, to be too graphic about something or to be too sad about something, there's no need for it. Because it can upset people. Yeah. Anyway, what's going on here? No, I don't have 1,000. I've got about, I've got 700 and something. I think that's plenty enough, you know what I mean? I don't mind if I lose more. I made a bit of a joke about it the other day. I said, you know, please unsubscribe and shit. I made a couple of crazy videos because I'm getting fed up of doing videos where nobody said anything. And it was just lurkers all the way through, and you know, all I got was loads of lurkers. I don't know, I got about 200 views, not 200, but you know, ridiculous, like, I don't know, 30 odd views or 50 views, and you know, maybe 2 people actually made a comment and then went away, which was fair enough. But all the rest were just lurkers all the time, so I'm just getting on my nerves, so I'm just having to go with the lurkers. And there might have been genuine people, actually, a lot of them, I guess, who had to go and saying, oh, yeah, I know you from MI, you know, the Ministry of Information, you know, blah, 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 MI 2 and 2 8 or whatever it is, you know, instead of MI5, you know, MI, back to basics, .1, you know, whatever. Yeah, whatever, yeah. Green shoots of recovery, you know. The level playing field.
Oh, do you remember these classics from political campaigns? I used to have this book, and it was political manifestos from 1966 to something like 1978 or something like that. An old book. And it had a green cover on it, and a picture of it. It was a hardback. I should have kept it, really. It was dead funny because it had shit like, going on about. Oh, it was earlier than that. It went further back than that. But it went up to about 1978 or something like that, or 1974 or something like that. So they got all this, I don't know, at least 70 years of something like that, or 50 odd years of what's that. And with the nuclear power deal and all that, like, they were saying it's too cheap to meter and all that, we'll be having free electric and all that lot. What a joke, honestly. Never needed nuclear power at all. Never needed it. It's bullshit, innit? And Tesla was making free energy, weren't he, in the middle of the 19th century? You know what I mean? Nikola Tesla, It's nuts. Everything, thunder and storms of lightning. Well, yeah. Lots of lightning. Wow. 7:37 p.m. So you've been up for 12 hours then already. Yeah. How do you know I'm not too far from 1,000? I haven't looked at my count recently. I haven't looked at all. Ooh. I don't self-promote, I never say, very rarely say. I did actually for one of my live streams I did, because I was quite pleased with it. I actually said on live streams for me, I think this was pretty good, like, share and subscribe or whatever, whatever, because it's quite good, and, I was quite pleased with before the performance, kind of got myself together, Well, I don't know, it seemed to go pretty well. Anyway. Well, I don't usually do that. Some people write it on every video, like, subscribe, as a comment on every video and pin it or whatever, Because I don't do that much. Well, no, I don't. I don't think I've ever done that. But, said it, if you think this is a good one, you think it's worth it, the info was relevant. I mean, I've said years ago, I did say years and years ago, which is still the case, hasn't changed. Said anyone can use my stuff, remix it, do what the hell they like with it. You know what I mean? No need to even credit me as long as they're not trying to make a shed load of money out of me. Then there would be issues, you know what I mean? Because I only want it for spreading truth, not for somebody to make a killing on it, you know what I mean? Because that's wrong, isn't it? You get these prats that think they know it all, and the big channel, and they got a massive ego and all that, and sort of full of all the, I don't know, all the wow talk, I prefer ordinary people, down to earth people like yourself, some wandering road dog, and good people, yeah. Oh yeah. I have Facebook and Messenger and Pinterest. I don't know. Boards up on the Pinterest. Boards up on the Pinterest pictures I've made. Use TikTok to edit videos. Well, I've never tried TikTok or any of that stuff. But I want to belong to you. Have 1,000. I have 561 and have a bunch of views and only get 2 or 4 thumbs up. Well, yeah, that happens to me a lot. And some people, like if you say something, a really powerful video sometimes, they're sort of like, oh, I better not comment on this because it might, they might give it a thumb up. And, they will do if they're good people, will give it a thumb up. But some people get scared to comment because they don't want to be associated with the sort of radical thing that you've just said, which is quite important, you know what I mean? So they get a bit, oh dear, don't want to be associated with this character calls, for whatever reason, Yeah, we can't be scared of these. They're nothing. We won't say nothing, will we? We all shut up and everyone on there. Got to keep talking, otherwise we'll lose the freedom to talk, Not to say anything worth hearing or worth, anything, at all. Worth, I don't know what's the word. Yeah, I'm not quite awake yet. I'll be with you in a bit. I'm with you, but you know what I mean, yeah. What's going on here? What's going on? Oh, all those people and views on my channel, I only get 2 or 4 thumbs up. Yeah. I never tell them to like and subscribe. No, I never do. Because it's up to them. They can make their own mind up. I shouldn't have to tell them. You know what I mean? Or, like, subscribe, add it to your playlist, don't forget to watch it a million times a day, Don't forget to learn it by rote, and read it to your little children as a bedtime story, I'm only kidding. It's a horror story, you want to frighten them with that shit. But, we want to frighten them with all those evils and all that, and which, we've obviously got to counteract, but we've also got to take the mick out of it at the same time. These people don't have any sense of humour, really. But they are interested. They're kind of like monitoring it, and in a way it's entertainment for them, because they'll be sitting around a room, with their little, I don't know, in the room, in their, comfy chairs, comfy leather swivel chairs, and, looking at the screen, and looking who's on the channel, and, doing the social engineering kind of little experiments, who's in contact with who, and blah, 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 and mapping out who, how they're going to take us all down and all that lot, and shut us all up, yeah, great, aren't they? You know what I mean? But at the same time, they're kind of, I don't know, anyway, it's entertainment for them, innit? And they're curious as to what this crazy guy might say next, or this crazy, or his crazy guest for that matter, You can jump up if you want, Jane, if you've not got problems with your phone and that. I really like having two-way conversations. I feel like I'm not talking to myself. I know I'm talking to you, but when we were with Wanda yesterday, it was like a really good two-way thing. It was my go for a bit, then it was her go for a bit, and then it was my go for a bit. And we hardly talked over each other. Hardly at all. We did now and again, obviously, both of us did. But we weren't like that fella the other night where it's just, it was just, really too much, really. I should have booted him off. Well, but, I'm not like that. Give someone a chance, innit? But at one point I thought, what do I do? Do I boot him off? Because I got really angry with him at one point. So do I boot him off? I didn't want to do that. What I wanted to do is try and get him to see my point of view, and it was very, very difficult to get through the thicknessing, the thicknessing agent, the inbuilt thicknessing agent of people's, cast iron beliefs about everything, I've got cast iron beliefs about certain things, but you know what I mean. I was only talking theoretically anyway, and he was trying to say I was trying to call him something he wasn't. And I wasn't saying that. I said, what if in the future you felt different than you feel right now. You know what I mean? About this certain topic. You know. So you might want to do something, but because of your religious perspective or whatever, although, you know, you might be telling yourself it's a good thing, in another way, because of your religious perspective or whatever, you were denying yourself that privilege to do that very thing that, you know, perhaps that you core you wanted to do. You know what I mean? But you couldn't, because it went against the grain of your indoctrination or whatever, or, you know, perception of what it is to be human, you know what I mean? And, you know what I mean? I guess, you know, you should be free of all the trappings of you can't do this and you can't do that. As long as you're not harming anyone else whatsoever, I think you can do what the hell you like. You might have permission to, in fact, to do exactly what you like. You're not harming anyone else or damaging the environment, the animals, the no kids and all that, you know. You know, it's not freedom to go, you know, stomping on, you know, I don't know, stomping on, you know, as many sorts of garden snails as you can and that, you know, or whatever, you know, that's not freedom, is it? Or whatever, or stomping on butterflies and stomping on, you know, beautiful things like frogs and toads and, you know, I'm just stomping on wildflowers and things like that and killing everything, you know what I mean? Fair enough if you've got a load of lettuces in a patch. You know what I mean? You might need, you know, if you've got a slug invasion, you might want to put some traps out for them. But if you get the poisons, you know, the horrible poison, you know, that stuff, you know, it just kills everything, doesn't it? You know, and the bird eats the slug, and it kills the bird as well, you know what I mean? It's just shit. Chemical shit, you know, we don't put any of that shit out. But you can put, like, make a little hole in the soil, you know, like I don't know, like a golf hole, you know, a golf putting, you know, like a putting green. Set a little cup in it and fill it with sugar and water, a little bit of beer or something. And, you know, I go to that, you know, and, you know, they're leaning over and they're having a good sup and that, and they're getting a bit drunk and slipping, and, you know, have a nice little demise, you know. And, you know, then you can sort of put them on the compost heap in the morning and let them rot down and all that. Whereas you can't do that if you're putting pesticide, you know, pesticides on or whatever, you know, slug pellets and all that shit. Because, you know, it's you can't put them on a compost heap because you're going to mess your compost heap up, innit? It's going to be full of chemicals, you know. But some of it's just, you know, died and, you know, got a little bit of alcohol in it and whatever, that's not going to harm anything, is it? Anyway, waffling on. Over here. I either like it and subscribe. Exactly my sentiments, my dear. See what happens. Someone might want to come up and have a chat about whatever they want, you know. I'm down to 55 minutes. I can't believe it already. 55 minutes. You've done just like that. I know. What are you funny? We might do something wrong, but silly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, what can we do? I'm not going to read something from a book. That's a good idea, isn't it? And again, I might just shut it down and have a bit more sleep. I wonder what tomorrow will bring. I'm going to look out the curtain and see what I can see. It's horrible out there. Horrible, really horrible, horrible. Yeah. Don't look good. No wonder said she might get up there, so. Yeah. I think she was anyway. I can't remember, or maybe that was the day before, I can't remember. Yeah. Right, well, I think we'll do that here. I don't know. Right, we'll do a comedy now. Right, here we go. Let's read a little bit of from a book called The Pentagon's Brain, which I don't own the copyright for, but I'll endeavour to do a quite a good reading from it. Very much like this book, it's very good. I may put a few comic asides in here and there, but as a way of kind of helping to make the broadcast more interesting, more entertaining, and I may use different accents and stuff like that to kind of what's the word? To I don't know, embellish the wonderful performances. Where do we go? There we go. The Pentagon's Brain. There we go. Annie Jacobson. Really interesting book. So here we go. We have the War on Terror. That will ever end, eh? War on Terror. Provided by the terrorists themselves. Wonderful people. There we go. Early morning. This could be complete fabrication. It's going to be quite interesting what it says in here. So this is my critique. Well, it's going to be a critique as I read. Early on the morning of September 11th, 2001, 24-year-old David A. Bray was in Atlanta at the U.S. Centers for Disease Control, the CDC, for a briefing with the Laboratory Response Network for Bioterrorism. Ooh, Response Network for Bioterrorism. Ooh, how interesting. Bray was the information technology chief for the Bioterrorism Preparedness and Response Program at CDC. A program established by President Clinton. Oh, the wonderful President Clinton. I think we'll start again on here. Now, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to end this stream and I'm going to come back. Unless someone actually gets up and puts a comment on, I'm going to end the stream and I'm going to come back and I'm going to do a reading. Oh, cool. Bro Jane's here. Right. Okay. The stream went off unless it was my phone. No, I think it was my phone. It was just pissing about. I don't know why. It just crashed, and then I tried to get back into it like 3 times, and I had to put type my details in about 4 times. It was ridiculous. I had to switch my phone off twice. Honestly, it was the right performance, but I finally got back in. So now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read. I'll read a couple of pages. I'll read so it sounds as if sort of got what she's saying. I don't know. I haven't read this bit of the book at all. This is chapter 19. I've only read the preface in chapter 1. I know I haven't. I've read past there. I've read a few. I can't remember where I was about to. Yeah, I've actually read up to page 268. Basically, I'm halfway through the book, but I skipped about a chapter there. And this is a chapter called. Is that all right, Rose Jane? So I'll just write what I'm doing on here. Chapter 19. The War on Terror. Terror strikes. Early on the morning of September the 11th, 2001, 24-year-old David A. Bray in Atlanta at the U.S. Centers for Response Network for Bioterrorism. Bray was the Information Technology Chief for the Bioterrorism Preparedness and Response Program at the CDC, a program established by President Clinton. How nice. Under his U.S. policy on counterterrorism. Isn't this wonderful? It was Bray's job to make sure people got good information when and as they needed it. Wow. There was so much information out there, filtering out the important information was key. A man cannot drink from a fire hose. The meeting on September the 11th was supposed to start at 9 a.m. When I signed up for work in bioterrorism, I thought to myself, what kind of world requires my job? Asks Bray. That spring, he says, we had received a memo that said, be on alert for Al-Qaeda activity June through August 2001. Ooh. It specifically ended in August. It was September now, and Bray and his team were getting ready for the Bioterrorism Preparedness and Response Team briefing when an airplane hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Supposed airplane, it may have just been a hard landing. We got the news details. Details were sketchy. At 9:30, he recalls, when the second airplane hit, we definitely knew it was a terrorism event. Terrorism? State-sponsored? Possibly. We shall see. Many of the CDC employees were dispatched elsewhere. A larger group started piling computers into cars and was sent to an undisclosed off-site bunker, says Bray, explaining. We were concerned that a second event would involve bioterrorism. David Bray had always been a remarkably focused man. His area of expertise is informatics, the science of how information is gathered, stored, and retrieved. Informatics. Wow, that's a good word, isn't it? The son of a minister and a teacher, Bray started winning national science prizes in middle school. By age 15, he had his first job with the federal government, with the Department of Energy at its Continuous Electron Beam Accelerator facility in Newport News, Virginia. I was trying to understand the universe, and the lab was looking for new energy sources, Bray says of his youth, when he had to get a special permit to work for the Department of Energy so as to comply with federal laws regarding child labor. By the time Bray was 16, he had been written up in the Washington Post for inventing a prize-winning computer program that predicted how best to clean up an oil spill. Interesting guy. At age 17, Bray was working for the Department of Defense. Before he turned 21, he had added jobs with the National Institutes of Health and the Department of Agriculture. to his resume. He added them to these other jobs to his resume. In between jobs, he attended college studying science, biology, and journalism. One summer, he worked in South Africa as a health reporter for the Cape Argus News. What interested Bray most was information, how people get information, and what they do with the information that they then have. As a reporter covering the AIDS crisis in South Africa, Bray observed how informed people were still willing to ignore dangers right in front of them. In 1997, more than 1 out of 6 people in South Africa had the AIDS virus, 1 in 6. Wow. And the epidemic was spreading out of control. Bray went around the countryside talking to South African students. Is that better? Can you hear me better now? Get a little bit nearer the mic, maybe. Trouble is, I can't get too near, otherwise I can't read the book. So the epidemic was spreading out of control. Bray went around the countryside talking to South African students about the risks they faced and how easily they could protect themselves with prophylactics. They knew that they should wear protection, Bray says, but I asked them if they would wear protection. Bray said many Americans had the same attitude. It's not going to happen to me. He began thinking about how to get people to follow the best course of action. Certainly, as far as public health goes, based on the information they have at the Centers for Disease Control, he found a place where he could focus on this idea. The terrorist where are we? The terrorist attacks on, that's the so-called terrorist attacks on the morning of September the 11th, created what Bray calls a hyper-turbulent environment. In this kind of fear-fueled setting, knowledge is the most strategically significant source of an organization, says Bray. Not more knowledge, but better knowledge. Good, clear, factual information. Data about what is going on. Immediately after 9/11, says Bray, we began reaching out to 50 states. We worked from the idea that the second event would be a biological one. We wanted to have information channels open with all 50 states in the event that a bioterrorism attack was to occur. DARPA had been sponsoring a surveillance program called BioAlert for bio-event advanced leading indicator recognition technology. That's why it says ALERT, because it's ALIRT. Bio-event advanced leading indicator recognition technology. I thought this one through, haven't they? Hey. An information-based technology program designed to enable computers to quickly recognize a bioweapons attack. To get a computer to recognize a bioweapons attack from the data was an extraordinary enterprise, and the program wasn't capable enough by 9/11. Originally designed to protect troops on foreign soil, the program had recently expanded with plans for a national surveillance program of US citizens. Using an individual's medical records, the ramifications for collecting medical information on Americans for purposes of national security, but without their knowledge or consent, were profound. The BioAlert program found that an emergency new industry called biosurveillance consensus called biosurveillance, a contentious concept that has largely avoided public scrutiny. DARPA's military partner in this effort was the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research. Its civilian partners were the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory, the University of Pittsburgh, and Carnegie Mellon University, and the Stanford University Medical Informatics Group. DARPA's defense contractor partners were General Dynamics Advanced Information Systems and the IBM Corporation. The science behind BioAlert was intended to determine whether or not automated detection algorithms could identify an outbreak in either a bioweapons attack or a naturally occurring epidemic like bird flu. Never mind the people, the doctors, nurses, and the clinicians reporting from the field. The idea behind BioAlert was to take human bias out of the equation and allow computers to do the job faster. As part of BioAlert, supercomputers would scan vast databases of medical records in real time as doctors entered data simultaneously, and also as part of BioAlert supercomputers would scan sales at pharmacies of both prescription and non-prescription drugs in real time. A privately held company called Surveillance Data Incorporated was hired to provide de-identified outpatient data, meaning that Surveillance Data Inc. would scrub the medical information of personal details such as names, security numbers, and home addresses. It is unclear how much medical history was considered personal and how much the BioAlert supercomputers needed to differentiate between chronic mental conditions and new symptoms. There were many flaws in the system, privacy issues among them, but one flaw rendered the program all but worthless. BioAlert's automatic detection algorithms, the software that told the supercomputers what to look for, were based on data from the World Health Organization's International Classification of Diseases, 9th revision, known as ICD-9. Wow, International Classification of Diseases 9. Yeah, but the biological weapons that were the most deadly, the chimera viruses and the recombinant pathogens like the ones the Soviet defectors Ben Alibek, Vladimir Pasechnik, Sergei Popov, and others have been working on at BioPreparat were neither listed in nor identifiable by ICD-9, the International Classification of Diseases 9. If bio-alert programs have been further along than in the earliest stages, in their earliest stages, the CDC could potentially have benefited from the system. But on 9/11, the biosurveillance industry was still in its infancy, and the Laboratory Response Network for Bioterrorism, which Bray led as information chief, had to rely on humans in all 50 states for receiving information. Bray and his team had an overwhelming amount of work cut out for themselves in this hyper-turbulent environment. Bray welcomed the challenge. It was a very long day, recalls Bray, who was personally doing the work that one day a computer might do. On the morning of September 11, 2001, when the first plane hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center at 8:46 a.m., Dick Cheney, Vice President, was sitting in his office in the West Wing of the White House. He immediately focused his attention on the television screen. It was a clear day. There was no weather problems, no climate engineering, conveniently, so the cameras were perfectly, yes, it was perfectly visible. Yeah, anyway, never mind that aside there. So it was a clear day. There was no weather problems, and then we saw the second plane hit. Cheney recalled in his memoir, at that moment, you knew this was a deliberate act. This was a terrorist act. Yeah. Vice President Cheney called President Bush, who was in Sarasota, Florida, reading a ghost story at an elementary school. Vice President Cheney was on the phone with the presidential aide in Florida when his door burst open and a Secret Service agent rushed in. He grabbed me and propelled me out of my office and into the underground shelter in the White House, Cheney told CNN's John King. Woohoo! So look at this for a spin job. Later that same night, the Secret Service transferred the Vice President to a more secure underground location. Oh, I wonder where that was. Outside the Capitol. En route from the White House in the helicopter, Cheney asked to view the damage to the Pentagon, which had been struck by a third plane. A plane, really? A plane? I never saw Rolls-Royce Energies on the lawn of the Pentagon lawn. Not did anyone else. Anyway, this is extraordinary, isn't it? So, yes, officially, yes. The Pentagon was struck by a third plane at 9:37 a.m. As we lifted off and headed up the Potomac, you could look out and see the Pentagon. See that black hole where it had been hit, Cheney recalled. For the first time in the Pentagon's history, the very symbol of American military power stood broken and exposed with a huge gash in one of its 5 sides. Cheney was helicoptered into an undisclosed location, which was Site R, the underground bunker facility inside the Raven Rock Mountain Complex, 75 miles from the White House, near Camp David. The location was disclosed in 2004 by German journalist James Bamford. This was the Cold War era underground command center that had caused President Eisenhower so much grief back in 1956 during a heated post-Castle Bravo debate, which was the H-bomb debate, because that was codenamed Castle Bravo, if you remember. A debate over civil defense. Site R was originally designed to be the place where the president would be taken in the event of a nuclear attack. Eisenhower had struggled with the concept throughout his presidency, mindful that it was designed to provide safety for the president and his close advisors during a time when the very population the president was sworn to protect would be the most vulnerable, exposed, and unaware. At Raven Rock, Vice President Cheney began laying plans for war. Wow. Also on the morning of September 11, 2001, shortly before 9:40 a.m., Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, the one who went like that, where did money go? And he put his arms out, whatever, no idea, where did 2 point, whatever it was, trillion go on the day of 9/11, 2.3 trillion just disappeared on the day, either the day before or the day of 9/11 or the day after. Yes, 2.3? Yeah, 2.3 trillion, I believe. Just interesting, extraordinary enough. Yeah, so Secretary, so there we are. Shortly before 9:40, Secretary of State Rumsfeld was sitting in his office on the third floor of the Pentagon listening to a pre-scheduled briefing by the CIA. Rumsfeld took notes on a small round wooden table once used by General William Sherman, famous for his scorched earth and total war policies, and for saying, "War is hell." Earlier that same morning, terrorists had hijacked 4 planes and had by now flown 2 of them into the north and south towers of the World Trade Center in a place called New York, extraordinarily enough. I think we know that. Anyway, outside the door of the office of the Secretary of Defense, a Pentagon officer named Aubrey Davis was standing guard. There was an incredibly loud boom, Davis later told British journalist Andrew Coburn. Terrorists had just crashed an American Airlines commercial jet into the Pentagon. Secretary Rumsfeld emerged from his office and asked Davis what was going on. "Oh, I'm just nipping out to get some pretzels," said Davis. No, he didn't. Davis, relaying information that was coming over his portable radio, told the Secretary of Defense that he was getting reports that an airplane had hit the Pentagon. An airplane. Ooh, wow. Ooh, one of them big, really big ones with the massive engine. Wow, the seats strewn all over the Pentagon. Oh, I remember the pictures worked really well. Yeah, Rumsfeld listened, then hurried down the corridor, like shut off a shovel. Davis followed after him. The smell of smoke filled the air. People were running down the hallways, yelling and screaming. "They're bombing the building! They're bombing the building!" Someone hollered. After several minutes of walking, Rumsfeld, Davis, and others who had joined the group arrived at what looked like a wall of fire. There were flames and bits of metal all around, Davis recalled. A woman was lying on the ground right in front of him, her legs horribly burned. The secretary picked up one of the pieces of metal, Davis remembered. "I was telling him that he shouldn't be interfering with the crime scene. When he looked at the inscription on it, and it read American Airlines, amid the chaos and smoke, there were shouts and cries for help. Someone passed by with an injured person laid out on the gurney. Secretary Rumsfeld helped push the gurney outside." Well, how nice of him. By 10 a.m., Rumsfeld was back inside the building. After calling the president from his office in the E-Ring, he was moved to a secure location elsewhere in the building, likely underground. From there, Rumsfeld spoke with Vice President Cheney, who was still in the bunker beneath the White House. At 12:05 p.m., Rumsfeld received a call from CIA Director George Tenet, who reported that the National Security, the NSA, had just intercepted a call between one of Osama bin Laden's deputies and a person in the former Soviet Republic of Georgia. Republic of Georgia discussing the good news, a clear reference to the terrorist strikes. Osama bin Laden and Al Qaeda were responsible for the attack. Really? The CIA director told the Secretary of Defense. And after 2 p.m., Rumsfeld gathered a core of military advisors and political staff and began discussing what steps he wanted taken next. The people in the room included General Richard Myers, acting chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Stephen Cambone, Rumsfeld's Undersecretary for Intelligence, Victoria Clark, a Pentagon spokesman, and a Pentagon lawyer. Cambone and Clark took notes with pen and paper. During the meeting, Rumsfeld discusses the possibility of going after Saddam Hussein and Iraq. What's that got to do with it? As a response to that morning's terrorist attack. The notes of the Undersecretary for Intelligence, later reviewed by the 9/11 Commission, revealed that Rumsfeld asked for best info fast. Judge whether good enough to hit SH, meaning Saddam Hussein. At the same time, not only UBL, Osama bin Laden, Rumsfeld asked the lawyer in the room to discuss with Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz connected with UBL, Osama bin Laden, and Iraq. What? Rumsfeld asked the lawyer in the room to discuss with Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz any connection with Osama bin Laden and Iraq. Well, there never was, because Saddam Hussein couldn't stand bin Laden. That was a fact. Anyway, bin Laden was from Saudi Arabia, it's just ridiculous. Anyway, 2 days later, on September 13, Dick Cheney, Rumsfeld, Colin Powell, and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, con artists, gathered for dinner. I wonder what they had for dinner. At Holly Lodge in Camp David, which is located just a few miles from Saitar Underground Command Center. The topic discussed, according to matching accounts in 3 of the 4 advisors' memoirs, was how America would respond to the 9/11 attacks. We all knew the outcome would be a declaration of war against the Taliban, Rice wrote. But the discussion was useful in teasing out the questions the President would need to address. We're embarking on a fundamental new policy, Cheney wrote in his memoir. We were not simply going to go after individual cells of terrorists responsible for 9/11. We were going to bring down their network and go after the organizations, nations, and people who led them support. Oh, I see what's going on here. I argued that our strategy should be to put them on the defensive, wrote Rumsfeld. The emphasis on a global campaign was important, as we needed to take over the world. Oh, sorry. It's a bit of a misprint. Yes, yeah, so the emphasis on a global campaign was important. I believe. Preemption was a new way forward, thwarting the enemy before he made his next move. On September the 16th, CIA Director George Tenet sent out a memo to CIA staff. In the subject line, he wrote, "We're at war." Tenet told It's CIA staff that in order to succeed, to successfully wage a worldwide war against Al Qaeda and other terrorist organizations, there must be absolute and full sharing of information, ideas, capabilities, etc. For George Tenet, information was the way to win this war. At the CDC in Atlanta, David Bray and his colleagues continued to work around the clock, keeping channels open between the CDC and the health professionals in all 50 states. Each day that passed by without receiving health-related information that might suggest a bioterrorism event was underway meant another day of relief. On October the 1st, we were told to stand down, Bray recalls. On October the 3rd, he flew to CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. There, inside the George H.W. Bush Center for Intelligence, wow, Bray gave the Interagency Intelligence Committee on Terrorism a briefing about what the CDC's Laboratory Response Network would do in the event of a bioterrorism attack. It was a seminal moment for Bray. Only 24 years old and with considerable responsibility, and there was something he learned at CIA headquarters that still amazed him 14 years later. The agency didn't know we existed, said Bray. He was the chief technology officer for the CDC team that would handle a biological weapons event were it to happen. And yet, according to Bray, no one in the audience at CIA headquarters seemed to know anything about it. For Bray, it was a revelatory moment. We were created by public law, Presidential Decision Directive 39, Bray explains. But they, the CIA, did not have that information. If knowledge is the most strategically significant resource of an organization, as David Bray believes, and as George Tenet stated in his We're at War memo, the US bioterrorism defense community had a very long way to go. For Bray, bridging the gap between having good information and effectively disseminating good information would become a professional crusade. He would continue this work over the next decade as an information specialist for DARPA in Afghanistan, for James Clapper in the Office of the Director of National Intelligence in Washington, D.C., and as the Chief Information Officer for the Federal Communications Commission, starting in 2013. The lessons learned in the hyper-turbulent environment would shape his career. The day after David Bray, I've just got to plug my phone in because it's getting a bit low on signal. So, on power. Oops. Right, oops. Sorry about that. So the day after David Bray briefed an auditorium full of intelligence officials at CIA headquarters in Langley, he travelled back to the CDC's Atlanta offices, where he learned about a serious new development. Bray was told that a 63-year-old Florida man had been hospitalized in Boca Raton, I suppose it's the kind of a French place, I don't know. Or is it Boca Raton? I don't know, it'd be Boca Raton, wouldn't it, or something, with inhalation of anthrax. You're joking, Bray remembers saying. The man was Bob Stevens, and he was a photo editor with American Media, Inc., the publisher of the National Enquirer. That's an periodical. Yes. 24 hours later, Bob Stevens was dead. Poor sod. Things very quickly went from bad to worse. The FBI was now involved. On October the 12th, an NBC employee in New York City tested positive for anthrax. On October the 15th, Senate Majority Leader Tom Dashley told reporters that anthrax had been found in his Senate office. The Hart Senate office building was evacuated and put under quarantine. Hundreds of people lined up for anthrax tests. The Capitol itself was swept clear of vehicles and non-essential visitors. A bunker mentality took hold. A war of nerves is being fought in Washington, as senior White House official told the New York Times, and I fear we're not doing as well as we might be. Oh. Okay. Over the next few days, more individuals tested positive for anthrax poisoning after letters containing the substance were mailed to ABC, CBS, and U.S. State Department. People were beginning to die. When the 1,271,030 square foot Hart building needed to be decontaminated, DARPA was asked to provide science advisors to help with the enormous undertaking. A team of DARPA scientists reviewed decontamination technologies and delivered quick turnaround testing on 3 separate candidates to determine efficacy. The test proved most effective happened to be the test that proved most effective happened to be the chlorine dioxide approach. This approach was based on technology that DARPA's Defense Sciences Office Director Michael Goldblatt, together with science Alvin Chow, had created for self-sterilizing packages in the wake of the E. coli Jack-in-the-Box scandal. We created in a solid state form to be triggered by light or humidity. We created it in a solid state form to be triggered by light or humidity, Goldblatt explains. My interpretation was a human scale. DARPA's solution was a huge scale. For this, says Goldblatt, he feels a little bit of pride. 3 days after Senator Dashley told reporters that anthrax had been found in his office, Vice President Cheney paid a visit to Ground Zero, his first visit to the World Trade Center site since the 9/11 attacks. It was a little after 1 p.m. on October 18, 2001, when Cheney boarded Air Force Two and headed to New York City. He had been airborne for just a short time when his chief of staff, Louis Scooter Libby, Scooter gets everywhere, man, received a phone call. There had been an initial positive test result indicating a botulinum toxin attack on the White House. Ooh. Cheney revealed in his memoir. If the result was confirmed, it would mean the President and I, members of the White House staff, and probably scores of others who had simply been in the vicinity, had been exposed to one of the most lethal substances known to man. Shame we didn't kill the hard mob, innit? Botulinum toxin was a deadly neurotoxin. for which there was no reliable antidote or cure. It kills by attacking the central nervous system and causing death by paralysis. The positive hits had come from the basis sensor system that had been installed throughout the White House complex shortly after the Dark Winter bioterrorism attack war game. Livermore and Los Alamos had promoted the basis system as being able to deliver a virtually zero rate of false positive detection. Cheney also knew that a single gram of botulinum toxin, evenly dispersed and inhaled, can kill 1 million people. Single gram. Oof, that's frightening, isn't it? He needed to call the president, but decided to have Scooter Libby get a second set of test results first. Off Scooter went on his scooter. In the interim, the vice president stuck to his schedule. He met with Mayor Rudy Giuliani and Governor George Pataki for a briefing on New York City affairs. He toured Ground Zero. He shook hands with recovery workers who were sorting through rubble at the crash site. When he returned to his hotel room at the Waldorf Astoria, later that afternoon, he discovered Libby waiting for him there with very bad news. He told me there had been 2 positive hits for botulinum toxin on one of the White House sensors, wrote Cheney. More tests were being run and results would be available at noon the following day. It was time to call the president. Cheney was scheduled to deliver the keynote address at the annual Alfred E. Smith Memorial Foundation dinner that evening in the Waldorf Astoria ballroom. Wearing his white tie and fluffy yellow skirt, he sat down in front of a secure video screen in his hotel room and called President Bush while he was strapped on his suspenders, who was attending a summit in Shanghai. Accompanying the president were Colin Powell and Condoleezza Rice Bowl. All 3 of them had been in the White House practicing using chopsticks. All 3 could have been exposed to the botulinum toxin. Mr. President, Vice President Cheney said, the White House biological detectors have registered the presence of botulinum toxin, and there is no reliable antidote. We and many others may well have been exposed. Cheney recalled telling the president, President Bush turned to Condoleezza Rice with his chopsticks raised, who was standing beside him in Shanghai. In her memoir, Rice recalls hearing the president say, go call Hadley and find out what the hell is going on. Stephen Hadley was the president's deputy national security advisor. Hadley told Rice that lab mice were now being tested. Let's put it this way, said Hadley. Who could also have been exposed? If the mice are feet down tomorrow, we are fine. If they're feet up, we're toast. In New York City, Vice President Cheney headed downstairs. During his speech, he talked about the bravery, generosity, and grace shown to him by the average Americans digging through the rubble at Ground Zero that day. I promised to deliver justice to the people responsible, Cheney said. He talked about the dilemma that America would now face with this new enemy, the terrorist. We are dealing here with evil people who dwell in the shadows, planning unimaginable violence and destruction, Cheney said. The banquet hall at the Waldorf Astoria erupted into resounding applause. Wow. The following day, results of the basis sensor system were returned. The $50 million system had delivered a false positive. There had been no biological attacks, weapons attack, no terrorist attack on the White House. If knowledge is the most strategically significant resource in a hyper-turbulent environment, scientists at Lawrence Livermore and Los Alamos National Laboratories had failed. Still, in his 2003 State of the Union address, President Bush announced he was deploying the nation's first early warning network of sensors to detect biological attack. Yippee. Basic sensors would now be set up in more than 30 cities around the country at an initial cost of roughly $30 million, with another $1 million per city per year estimated in maintenance costs. Between 2003 and 2008, newspapers reported that more than 50 false alarms for basis sensors had happened in public spaces. The full details of basis, including its locations, operation costs, and the precise number of false positives, as well as related response efforts, if any, to those false positives, remain classified. That's hilarious, isn't it? I'm not surprised. It's absolutely extraordinary. Anyway, but in Shanghai, in October 2001, Condoleezza Rice, happily scoffing her noodles and sushi, received the good news. Feet down, not up, she told President Bush. The president smiled. She wrote in her memoirs, I'm sure the Chinese thought it was some kind of coded message. The President, Vice President, Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, and others had dodged the bullet. A photo editor, 2 postal workers, and a female hospital employee and a 94-year-old woman from Connecticut were dead from anthrax. As of 2014, the mystery of who killed them has yet to be definitely solved. As has the mystery of 9/11, the incredible 3 steel buildings that managed to yes, magically vaporized, when they were almost out. Anyone seen the contrast between the raging fire at the London tower blocks, for the name of it for a moment, Grenfell Towers, the tower, when that set on fire, raging all night, red hot, boiling hot, the steel structure was still perfectly straight, not even buckled. Yeah. Bit of a con going on here, isn't there? Ever so slightly. Anyway, the President, Vice President, Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, and others dodged the bullet. A photo editor, 2 postal workers, a female hospital employee, and a 94-year-old woman from Connecticut were dead from anthrax. As of 2014, the mystery of who killed them has yet to be definitely solved. At the end of October, ABC News reported that the anthrax mailed to Senator Shaw's office could be tied to the Iraq bioweapons program. Here we go. Yeah. Through an additive called bentonite, the White House denied the link. A few nights later, ABC News reported that I remember it like yesterday as well. It's really weird, isn't it? The White House denied the link.
A few nights later, ABC News reported that the ringleader of the 9/11 hijackers, Mohammed Atta, supposedly, he had met at least once with a senior Iraqi intelligence agent in Prague, indeed, of all places. The report kicked off a firestorm or a shitstorm of related news articles, including some that confirmed the story of the Iraqi link, some that discredited the story, and some that blamed the CIA for engaging in a disinformation campaign. Ooh, dear me, they wouldn't do anything like that, would they? Surely not. Congress asked DARPA Director Anthony Tether to brief the House Armed Services Committee on efforts currently being undertaken by DARPA with regard to its biological warfare defense program. Tony Tether had been DARPA director for only 3 months when the airplanes hit the building, but he had decades of experience in the Department of Defense and the CIA. Tether had a PhD in electrical engineering from the wonderful Stanford University and a long career at the Pentagon in the intelligence world. Wow. Ooh. Since 1978, he'd been working in both intelligence and defense. Intelligent defense. Defensive move, that one, wasn't it? Yes, serving as the director of the National Intelligence Office in the Office of the Secretary of Defense from 1978 to 1982 and from 1982 to 1986 as the director of DARPA Strategic Technology Office, the agency liaison to the CIA. Specifics of his job remain classified, but as an indication of his significance at the end of his tenure in 1986, Director of Central Intelligence Bill Casey honored him with the National Intelligence Medal. Wow. Wow, he has an IQ 6. Yeah, wonderful. 6.7 billion, whatever. Yeah, whatever. While his superior at the Pentagon, Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, presented him with the Department of Defense Civilian Meritorious Service Medal. In information submitted to Congress, Tether categorized biological weapons defense according to what DARPA considered to be the 5 stages of a biological weapons attack, in chronological order. Prior to a BW attack, bioweapons obviously, involved in the development of vaccines. During an attack, focused on cutting-edge sensor and biosurveillance technologies in the minutes and hours after an attack, including developing immediate ways to protect people in the hours and days after attack, involved more efficient ways to get information out to first responders and better management of medical systems in the days and perhaps years after an attack, focused on decontamination technology, Tether said. Whew, that's a lot of crap, isn't it? In February of 2002, just 4 months after the first US murder by anthrax, Congress approved a $358 million budget for biological warfare defense for the next year. Well, a lot of money for them, haven't they? Yeah, so nearly 3 times what it had been the year before the 9/11 attacks. That same month, George Mason University announced it would be building a Center for Biodefense. to address issues related to biological terrorism and the proliferation of biological weapons. A press release stated, Kenneth Alibek, former first deputy chief of the civilian branch of the Soviet Union's offensive biological weapons program, and Charles Bailey, former commander for research at the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, would serve as executive administrators of the center. Alibek was now in charge of finding solutions to problems he helped create, says Michael Goldblatt, who oversaw some of Alibek's work for DARPA. In May, DARPA awarded Alibek's company an additional $2 million to create prototype biodefense products. Wow, sticking plaster. Yeah, oh, wonderful job. The silver bullet DARPA was looking for. Okay, Alibek spoke to reporters about the exciting prospects that lay ahead. The goal was to create a product that would enhance the body's innate immune response against a wide variety of biological weapons threats, Alibek said. Our research continues to yield promising results, and we are pleased that DARPA has awarded us additional funding to develop advanced protection against biological threat agents. Ken Alibek also used the opportunity to talk about future business prospects for his new corporate ventures. At the appropriate time, our company intends to explore potential opportunities to license its developing technology to or seek a joint venture with a partner to complete the necessary clinical trials, regulatory approvals, and the development, manufacturing, and marketing of any future products that might arise from this work. Some months later, another company run by Alibek began selling pills on the internet with labels that read, Dr. Ken Alibek's Immune System Support Formula. We should all have that, shouldn't we? Yeah. The pills claim to help the body's innate immune system defend against a wide variety of harmful pathogens. Wow, they could be purchased for $60 a bottle. I wonder how many were in the bottle, probably about 3. Has a website called dralibek.com. You can't make this shit up, can you? In government, it is generally accepted. In government, it is a generally accepted rule that someone has to take the blame when government fails. Exactly. For DARPA, whose job it was to safeguard the nation from potential surprise, there was no clear mission failure on 9/11, at least not in the public eye, because they were totally ignorant of what happened. The weapons used by the terrorists were fixed blade utility knives. Oh, yeah, Stanley knives. Yeah. Invented during the Great Depression, the flint knife, prehistory's utility blade, is roughly 1.4 million years old. Al-Qaeda used American this is hilarious technology against America, hijacking 4 fully fueled aircraft and successfully piloting 3 of them as missiles to their targets. It is believed that Al-Qaeda spent less than $500,000 planning and executing the attacks. Wow, that's very cheap, isn't it? Hey, it's only $500,000, that, isn't it? $500,000 to take them 2 massive buildings down, and that third one happened to drop out of the sky. Later on in the afternoon. It's just ridiculous. The public's perception generally was that the intelligence community was to blame for 9/11, a surprise attack that rivaled Pearl Harbor in its death toll and future consequences. Most fingers were pointed at the CIA and the FBI because the National Security Agency maintained a lower public profile at the time. It was not held accountable to the same degree. History had made clear, however, that errors by the NSA were indelible. On September the 10th, 2001, it intercepted from terrorists already being monitored by the NSA 2 messages in Arabic. Oh, did he bring the samosas and the onion bhajis? Oh no, sorry. The match is about to begin, read one message. Tomorrow is 0 hour, read the other message. The sentences were not translated until September the 12th. Oh, how interesting. In fact, these phrases might not have been translated with such a quick turnaround had the horrific events not happened. Ooh. In-house DARPA literature notes. In-house DARPA literature notes. Right? DARPA is responsible for much of the technology behind advanced information collection as well as real-time translation capabilities. In the wake of 9/11, DARPA rapidly began to advance these technologies and others related to them, so its partner NSA, the NSA, could do its job better. Despite all the advanced technology at the disposal of the US government, the national security establishment did not see the September the 11th, 2001 terrorist attack coming, nor was its arsenal of advanced technology able to stop the attack once it began. As a consequence, the American military establishment would begin a hyper-militarization not seen since the explosion of the 15-megaton H-bomb, codenamed Castle Bravo, the hydrogen bomb on Bikini Atoll in 1954, actually on the 1st of March 1954. As I learned in the previous chapter. There we go. Chapter 20 is coming up. Maybe tomorrow, I don't know. And it's called Total Information Awareness. Oh, it's a corking book, this, isn't it? Wow, it's so funny, isn't it? It's almost a complete comedy, isn't it? God, they really have got away with such shit, haven't they? They're so sly, aren't they? Sneaky bastards. It's a great written book, though. It's nicely researched, you know what I mean? Although, obviously, she can't say what she really thinks, but she'll know what the crack is, won't she? Because she was not stupid. You know, neither all the researchers have gone into it. You know that... you know the channel Truth Makes Peace? You know that one? Yeah, botulism will kill you. Do you know a channel called Truth Makes Peace? Have a look at some of their videos. Anyway, they did one where they were trying to reproduce the phone call, the heights that the phone calls were supposed to be made on 9/11. You know, the fake phone calls that were made, which we still can't make in 2023, which you can make on 9/11. So 22 years later, you still can't make a bloody phone call on that altitude, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? It's hilarious. And I tried to comment, so many times I gave up. Kept switching the phone on and back on again, commenting really quickly and switching the phone on straight away. I don't know, something, I thought something might get through. Nothing. It's hilarious, honestly. It's just ridiculous. You can't fucking comment on anything. This is the trouble. It's what pissing me off. So now that I've got my own little thingy set up on the Discus thing, I can say what the fuck I want, on all different platforms, you know what I mean? On all different videos and all that, and, proper, uncensored websites and stuff, you know. So that's going to be pretty mint. That's another thing I've got to check out, you know. See how my comments are going down and whether it's sort of making waves in the sort of intellectual field, you know what I mean? Because I do have a few good ideas about how we can get, you know, get this paradigm kind of, you know, changed. This constant paradigm of total lockstep towards tyranny, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, it's absolutely nuts, isn't it? Bonkers. How are you, Rose Jane? You're laughing a lot there. Did you enjoy my reading? Did you like me little asides now and again? Me little, just randomly going into crazy accent just for a bit of fun. I like doing them accents anyway. I've had fun with it. Yeah. We're at war. Yeah. This is war, whatever it was. Yeah, I like that bit about Bush being in Shanghai with Condoleezza Rice. That was really funny. You can't make this shit up, can you? It's fucking extraordinary. I've got to listen to this back. I'm going to listen to it several times because that's what I did with the last one. You know, the last one I read from this book, when you sort of listen to yourself reading it back, while you're reading it, you're kind of like, yeah, you're taking it in. You're not taking all of it in totally. But you need to listen to it again. And then maybe another time as well. 2-3 times. And then you've got it and you can really see what's going on. So, yeah. It's good stuff, you know. Good educate, you know, really educational, isn't it? You know, it's really like, you know, the machinations that go on there. It's all sleight of hand, isn't it? It's dead sly, isn't it? Talk about wizardry and, you know, smoke and mirrors and shit, you know. Wow. Really real wickedness, isn't it? What we're up against. Chapter 20, total information awareness. So I'll just do a little skit on this, do a totally comedy voice on this for a minute. What do you think? What do you think, Rose Jane? What do you think? Should I go for total information awareness? What do you think? Do you want a bit more? I sort of feel like I want to read a little bit more of this shit because I want to see what it is. Or maybe you've gone. I don't blame you. I'm going to read some more you comments you've been saying. Yeah. It's really weird, isn't it? You know, all that bioterrorism shit, you know, just before the 9/11 thing. I wasn't aware of all that shit just then. I just learned that just now reading this book. It just shows you what they've been on about. You know, it's all like it's like I don't know. It's a kind of process of kind of, you know, gradually kicking in the fear, the anthrax business and all the other stuff, and this shady fucker that was selling them pills for all kinds of biological pathogens and all that. Get your multi-pathogen removing antidote, you know, from the Dr. Psyops. Dr. Psyops medicated, fucking hell, what am I going to say? Dr. Cyclops. No, yeah, one eye. Yeah. Dr. Cyclops, Psyops pills. No, Dr. No, never mind. Fucking hell. You can't make any of this shit up. It's fucking incredible, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, yeah, check out the channel. Yeah, check it out, definitely, yeah. Well, that one, I mean, if you look at some of my playlists, I've got 911 playlists, and there's a couple of his videos on there, so yeah, very interesting. Yeah. As far as I know, they're still there, but you never know. You can disappear. Sometimes I look at some of my old, I've got such a messy channel. There's loads of playlists, there's buckets from tons of them. It's absolutely, I don't know how many playlists I've got absolutely buckets on them. If they're all showing, I'm not sure whether they're all showing to everyone, you know what I mean? I'm never quite sure whether people can see them or whether it's just kind of shadow bandy or kind of playlist thing. I don't know. Because sometimes I own my own channel and I can't even get into my own playlists. So I have to fiddle about on the phone, go on somewhere else and come back to my channel and then I can get back on it. It's really weird. Strange. Sometimes you click on playlists and it shows you some crappy things that you haven't watched for ages. About 3 or 4 little playlists or whatever. Some crappy stuff. Some weren't raising them anyway. Well, some of the actual things do. But I don't know why I put some of the things on there. Well, a few of them anyway. But what I'm saying. So yeah, and then it's like a see more feature. It doesn't say see more. It's just a little arrow. And if you don't look at it, if you don't notice, just below the last video that playlist that will show you, there's a little arrow, a little tiny little arrow pointing down. So if you click on that, you should get on a lot of them drop down, Yeah. But sometimes the arrow don't appear. So, you know what I mean? Then you have to fiddle around. And you go out of your channel and back in on it, and then hopefully it'll appear when you go to your playlist again. But yeah, I've got a couple of your videos on the playlist on there somewhere. Probably in that crazy time. I've got a lot of stuff. A lot of good, interesting stuff in a playlist called Crazy Time. Yeah, loads of stuff in there. Loads of pretty crazy stuff. I've got some good films in there as well. So, ones that you might not have seen. But yeah. Oh, tinfoil. How you doing? You alright? Just been reading from Annie Jacobson's book, The Pentagon's Brain. Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm having a bit of a laugh at the same time. Yeah. So, yeah. Nonsense, it is true, Barbara. That's not as true. It's true, is it? It does tell you a hell of a lot of what they're up to. Yeah. The 9/11 glossing over it. That's an enormous real gloss job on there. But she knows she can't say shit like that, otherwise she'd never get the book printed. Would she, She'd put her on, wouldn't she? Yeah. Should I do a total contrast to that and read you a bit about 9/11 in a different book? Could do. Got to read that one. I'm not getting any response from anyone. Oh well. Maybe you're having a break. I don't blame you. Have a break for a minute. Have a break for a few minutes. Oh dear. I need a drink. Where's my thingy? Well, since I've gone early. Oh, by the way, what do you think of the watches? I know I've got two on. It's because I was tidying my room up. And I just wanted to, it's really weird angling the camera. It's really weird. It's sort of counterintuitive just to move the camera the wrong way to what you want to move it. See this watch here? Never mind the other one. That's just a cheap, what's the name one? But I got this one the other week. And it's really cool. It's like a thing out of a sci-fi movie. I'll show it you anyway. I'll hold it up to the camera. There you go. That thing. There you go. And you sort of just, you know, like, open that, you know. I can't show you. Weird. There you go. That's not a very good view of it, is it? It's kind of like a woman's one, but I don't do shit. Well, I want to freedom. You know, well, but, it's my life and I do what I want. It's my life and I do what I can. Yeah. There you go. It's quite a nice watch, isn't it? It's sort of like a crazy designer thing. It was only $3.50 in the shop. And I bought some batteries for it. And the guy in the shop, because it weren't working when I got it, obviously. It was a hit or miss job. I wasn't sure if it was going to work or not. But it looked alright, so I bought it. Yeah. I managed to get the back off it myself with a little tiny watch screwdriver thing that I've had in the room for ages. It's been really useful that you don't have any sharp implements in it, you know, or anything really. You're not even allowed toenail clippers in it. It's pathetic, honestly. Talk about the anal, the control mechanism, the mental health, directives of, what's allowed and what's not allowed, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, there you go. So it's a nice little watch. Pretty cool. They're not jewels, they're just, what's the name? You know, they're not like, they're not even glass, I don't think. Oh, they might be glass, I don't know. Yeah, I thought they were just kind of metal bubbly bits, you know, like shiny metal bits. Yeah, I think they are kind of a glass, or they're probably a plastic stuff. I thought it was quite nice. I thought it was unusual, so I got it. It was only £3.50 for the watch. And I got batteries for it, and it's ridiculous. I mean, I can't believe they can do this. A card of batteries with about something like 12 batteries on it, yeah, for £1.50, you know, in the shop, in the Asian shop. I'm like, how can they make 12 of them batteries for only £1.50? You know what I mean? It's extraordinary. So I gave them a little bit more money because the battery that was in it originally had a different number on it to the one that's in there now. But he got a special little app, being a guy who sells batteries and does watches and stuff and all that. He looked it up, this weird number of this. Yeah, it said Japan on the battery, and this really strange number on it. He said, I'll have to look that one up. So he looks it up and finds the equivalent, and he's got it in, and he's got it in stock. So, because he messed about on his phone for a couple of minutes doing that, I thought, well, it's worth giving him a bit more money. So I give him £2. But I could have given him more, couldn't I, really? But even if I give him £3, I've got like loads of batteries going to last me till well past me, me funeral. Do you know what I mean? This will last me till I end at work. Well, this devil, I might have it on, on the, when the final countdown, yeah. It's the final countdown. It's the final count. It's the final psyop. Oh, I'll have to practice that on the guitar. So if we can get it, I'll do a skit on it called "It's the Final Psyop." For the disclaimer, I do not own this tune. For educational and kind of a humorous. It's a final psyop, still at the day. It's a final psyop, still at the day. Yeah, do you know what I call the World Economic Forum? Well, what I say is, when I'm talking about the World Economic Forum, in comments and stuff on different channels and stuff like that, when I can get away with it, we get in the comment actually left there. I did a video. I said what we need is, I don't know which one it is. I can never remember what my videos are. Which one's which and all that, and what I said in what one. I don't give a shit, really, to be honest. But I tell you, on my channel, there's a kind of like there must be a massive, if you put all my statements over the years, there must be a massive sort of tome of a book, probably about 4 times the size of that, with all the twaddle that I've written over the years, and some of it's pretty funny. You know what I mean? Occasionally, now and again. And then there's all the crazy music things, occasionally do. There's quite a few of them, and if not just singing down the road and doing a crazy tune in my head, just riffing off down the road, singing some crap, some sort of seditious kind of, not totally seditious, obviously. We have to respect our veterans. That's slightly kind of whatever the word is, no, not it. Anyway, but yeah, slightly sarcastic shit, So anyway, I remember one of them. Something about becoming a moron, little song, turning somewhat, about the sort of aspirations for the future. What do you want to be in the future? I'd like to be a total moron, please. Kind of job, I'm going to have total moron status from now on. Yeah, it does look like there's something from the future. It does, yeah. It looks like something from Space 1999 or whatever that program was called. You know what I mean? Silly program. Total, wasn't it? But whatever. Yeah, it looks like something like that. Some space, so to speak, futuristic job. Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, definitely stylized. It's kind of like bling, innit? Yeah, cheap bling, but it looks cool. So who gives a shit? If you walk down the catwalk with that on, I mean, I was probably almost walking on the catwalk, mate.
like a cat on a hot tin roof, you know. You know. Yeah. Do you know what I got the other day? I got these pair of flares. They're really cool. Yeah, and they were cheap as chips. And you know what? They're almost brand new. I didn't really look at them. I thought, oh, I need another pair of jeans. Looked at them. I thought, yeah, look my size. I just folded them up, bunged them in the bag. Yes, yeah, I've done. Yeah, got them out and took them out of the bag and realised they're like 70s flares. Yeah, and they're called. They must be really expensive. I'll get them down. I'll get them down and show you. The ones I've got are like drain pipe ones at the moment. But I'll tell you what they're called. You might know the brand, I don't know. Oh, you can't turn the camera around when you're on here, can you? You read what it says inside the pants. American Eagle. Cool. I wore them once for like half a day, and then it started raining, so I took them off. I got a bit wet on them, but they're really nice. Cool jeans. Oh, not to have my cup. Jupper's now in it. Yeah, these look pretty cool. American Eagle. The proper flares, you know. Flare out. Pretty cool jeans. And there you go. You know what I mean? Cheap as chips. Pretty cool. I've got my turn-ups on. Like I used to have in the 70s. And walking down the road looking at your legs, you can imagine you're like 24 or something, you know. Then you see yourself in a shop window or something reflected and you think, who's that old git staring back at me? Wicked. It's dead funny. Some of the things you go through your head while you're walking about, you know. I've got this coat as well. Oh, never mind. I'll bother with your coat. No, I don't know what I'm talking about. Clothing. Well, it just crossed my mind. I don't know why. How did I get on to talking about pants? We used to call them kecks. You know. Oh, like your new kecks. I don't know where that came from. It's just a thing that the young dudes used to say, you know, a nice pair of kecks, you know. I don't know where the word kecks come from. K-E-X, I suppose. Or K-A-C-X. I mean, kecks. That might be K-E-C-K-S. I don't know. I don't know how you spell it. I've never tried to write the word. I only said the word. Yeah. I just can't go over all the bullshit they come out with. You know what I mean? When you read through it, you can see through the lines, can't you? And all the bollocks that they're inventing and the dumb sheeples just swallow the whole damn lot, you know, on MSM media and all that, you know. It's absolutely mad shit, isn't it? There's no hope for us, really, as, you know, sort of people who can see through this, really. There might be, they're just, well, I always try anyway. You know, nobody watches any of my shit. If they did, you get a clue what's going on. You know, and other decent channels that are trying to actually provide, you know, new information, new ways of looking at things, you know. But they don't listen to us as anyone bothers with us. You know, unless you've got this big ego, massive ego, massive microphone, massive studio, massive big gob, you know, gobbing off, you know, and sort of like looking really wise and sententious all the time, you know. You know, making these, you know, highfalutin kind of, you know, I don't know, doing the full Alex Jones rant and all that jazz. I should do one of them, shouldn't I? Do an Alex Jones job. Call it, you know, like, well, no, I love Alex anyway. He's cool as shit. But you know what I mean? Just get a bit over the top sometimes, doesn't it? You know? Did you see that one where he's thumping the table for ages? Someone did a little skit on it. It's funny. I think it was on his own you know, Prison Planet site. And doing like a bit of a joke on him. Oh, I'll tell you what, might have been on. Have you heard of a channel called Jimmy Fungus? He's subscribed to me. It's pretty cool, Jimmy Fungus. Not seen him for a while. I'll have to check back in on him. Yeah. Jimmy Fungus, it's great. He's got some really good characters. He's got one called Wilford, what's he called now? Oh, Wilford, oh, fuck no. And he's got the Making America Great Again cap on and all this lot. And he's got Dabney double chins. She's not got any chins at all. It's that funny. It's really funny. It's like this pig, you know, news commentator, and he's got a face like a pig. It's like a cartoon kind of thing. It's really funny though. Oh, do you know him? Oh, Space 1999. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But have you heard of Jimmy Fungus? Shit, I'll have to put one of his videos. He did a really funny one on Trump. And Trump looked green. And I did a really funny comment. And he said that's one of the funniest comments I've ever read on me, you know, I've ever read on all my videos. He actually said, give me that compliment. It's really nice. And it's there, so it's, you know, should still be there. Well, you know, will be, yeah. So it's on some video, and he did a really excellent Putin video. It's really funny, and Putin's walking down the corridors in the what do you call it, the Putinville place? You know, what's it called? What the hell is it called? The Kremlin, yeah. The Kremlin. Gremlins are coming. Sound like King Kremlins on the starboard bow. You know what I mean? So that's about Star Trek, isn't it? You know what I mean? Klingons and the Kremlins. Klingons on the starboard bow, Captain. Yeah. I'm clinging on, you know, like you're clinging on to sort of, I don't know, the tailpipe and the back bumper of an old jalopy, you know what I mean? One of the old crappy old cars in the Keystone Cops. Do you ever see any of them ones? Keystone Cops and what was the other one? What's his name? Oh, what was he called? The one who did that thing where he was hanging off the clock and all that jazz. He was a funny guy. Forgot his name. Forgot his name. Yeah, he was funny. There's some good crazy shit going on. And the guy who had all the houses collapsing all around him. Was it Charlie Chaplin, that one? Don't know, man. This house kind of folds up. It's like there's all these balls falling down, and the window happens to fall down again. He just happens to, you know, be stood in just exactly the right place. But the house is totally demolished, and he manages to just step over the sill, you know, which is now horizontal on the ground, or sort of similar sort of thing. You know what I mean? Was it Howard? Somebody? I'm not sure. Can't remember his name. Yeah, they're all right, Genes, aren't they? Yeah, so, anyway. Would you like to hear a little bit of total information about awareness? It's that funny title, for chapter 20. It's great. Total information awareness. Our Total Information Awareness Campaign. So not just the government, but the public can be totally aware of absolutely everything that matters in society, and why it's so important to bomb the shit out of every country we can find on the planet. Yeah. I propose we now let off 52 H-bombs to block out the sun, because the sun is very dangerous, man. It's poison, that bloody sun, that current bun up there. Oh, that's cotton rhyme song for the current bun. It's the sun, isn't it? Nice to see a bit of current this morning. Oh, I'm doing the wrong accent. I was doing the northern accent. Nice to see a bit of the old currents out there this morning. The current this morning, shining nice and bright. The old current bun. Yeah, I was strolling out the current bun this morning down Portobello Road, and a bloke came up and he got these jeans called American Eagle, and you know, they were nice set of strides they were. That's another name for kecks or pants, you know, it's strides. Nice pair of strides, you know. Means you've got a nice pair of, you know, neat kecks, neat trousers and that, yeah. So, yeah. So, you know, when I used to go out busking, I used to wear all kinds of weird shit, feathers and all sorts of shit, you know, like a sort of Jimi Hendrix. You know what I mean? But totally wild, totally, you know, just you know, Jimi Hendrix. I mean, his clothes were bought in boutiques and all that. Like mine were all bought in crummy charity shops and stuff. You know what I mean? Someone's bits of old curtain and that. You know, it's just sort of draped around my neck, custom, you know, slice a bit off and put it around my neck for a scarf because I like the colours on it. You know what I mean? Any old shit to do, and recycles, bits of threads hanging off me. So I do all these bangles going up my arm, half up my arm. Little 10% battery there. Wacky blacky. So you found a job. Yeah, wrong end. Flip the phone around that way. Right. Oops, there you go. That's better, isn't it? Oh, get out of my leg. It's tickling me. So, yeah. So mad, isn't it? Totally bonkers, this world. How the hell do we get any sanity back? You know what I mean? How the hell do we get sane people when all these totally insane excuse me, Jane, I'm sorry. Rose Jane, I'm sorry about that. I've still got this chest infection shit. I've only got one tablet to go. It's not cured it all up yet. It's gross, honestly, it's horrible. Coughing me guts up all the time. Battlestar Galactica, remember that show? Yeah, Pollock funny as well. That's funny. You know, what's it called? Not Star Trek. Star Trek was, you know, all the Next Generation, all that Picard stuff. You know, his finger disappearing 3/4 of the way up his nostril every 5 seconds. You remember that? Sorry, Picard. Anyhow, I got into this crazy book, which I used to go to sleep to. It was pretty good and it's very funny. It's 13.5 hours long. And it, you know, it's totally on PC. You know, but it's well funny. It's really funny. It's by a guy called John Kennedy Toole, Toole, and it's called A Confederacy of Dunces. Yeah, it's a real good book. Anyhow, there's one bit in it where he's got this job as a kind of office worker, you know, a clerk and that, you know, doing files and that, you know. And he's got great plans for this firm, you know. I mean, he's just a nutcase. He's a crazy guy. Anyway, but he's like he's got some high moral standards, and he's got some crazy ways of getting world peace together and all this jazz. You know what I mean? It's a very funny book. And this firm called, we'll talk about pants again now, it's called Levy Pants. That's the firm. And what's the guy called? I don't know, it's Gene Levy. What's it called? Anyway, there's a guy called Levy, and he's the owner of the Levy Pants that was given to him by his father. You know, left as a legacy for him to run, and he can't run it like his dad did or something. You know, whatever. Him and his wife, they're really funny, honestly, because they sort of can't stand each other. You know what I mean? And it's really weird. It's a really weird book. It's really strange. There's this guy called Ignatius Riley and his mum, who's an alcoholic. She's always drinking, you know, a bottle of wine and all this stuff. You know, and they live in Louisiana. What's it called? You know, where, what do you call it, Basin Street and places like that. Where's that? Is that Louisiana? Buck Rogers, yeah, that was a crap as well. And Champion Wonder Horse. Remember, what was he called? Ned the Talking Horse. That was good. That was funny, that. Yeah. Remember Skippy as well. Come on, Skip. You know, the little kangaroo, Skippy the bush kangaroo, the Aussie thing. You know what I mean? That's funny. And then you had Flipper, the dolphin. It's great. You know what I mean? Dolphins are pretty damn intelligent, aren't they? You know what I mean? I reckon the dolphin, if it was looking at Twin Towers, it'd suss it out straight away again. Inside job. Skippy the bush kangaroo sold the 9/11. You know what I mean? The Skippy 9/11 Commission, you know, presided over by Skippy the bush kangaroo. With Flipper reporting from the what's the river that runs through the what's the name? You know, by the Twin Towers, massive river, isn't there? The Golden Gate Bridge and that. No, Jimi Hendrix, yeah, now got booted off with that. You know, that's a really good live stream, that, you know. Anyway, I got the link from it from StreamYard because I had complained to them and all that, and asked them, you know, whether they couldn't just edit out the bits where the Hendrix, you know, the copyrighted music is played. I think it's only a couple of songs that they worry about, which they never put on YouTube, like Angel, for instance. That was a bad move. That I should have realised that. I shouldn't have put that on. But I want to hear it somehow. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just pulled it on. I wasn't really thinking straight properly. But yeah, so yeah. But you know the conversation I had with Wanda? It was a fantastic conversation. You heard most of that, didn't you? You heard most of it. And do you know what? We were so engrossed in what we were talking about, we didn't realise you'd disappeared, and we both apologised because you'd gone. because you'd obviously gone to bed or whatever, or you just knackered, and and I don't know. All of a sudden you weren't there, or maybe your phone went weird or something, and you just disappeared. But you heard most of that, didn't you? She's a lovely person, isn't she? Wanda, I wish I could meet you guys, I mean, we'd have such a laugh, wouldn't we? Give you a big hug as well. Yeah, of course I would. Oh, you're so lovely, you lot. Good people. Oh, I didn't mean. So kind the other night, wasn't it? And you were on my live stream, weren't you? When I was doing the countryside thing, that were good, and skipping stones, and Martha Duncan come over and all that lot. That was a nice moment, wasn't it? Bits of nature and that, and yeah, Lost in Space. Oh my God, yeah, the guy with the bobble hat on. It was dead funny, that, wasn't it? Lost in Space. Yeah, that was funny. That was well funny, wasn't it? That stupid robot, what's he called, Robbie or some shit like that was really dumb. Sort of naive kids, it was crazy, that film, that series, yeah. Remember the Outer Limits and the Twilight Zone and that. Oh wow, we can control the vertical and the horizontal. We are taking over control of your television set, blah, blah. You're now about to enter the outer limits, the spiral shit comes out and all this shit. Yeah, there was a couple of really good shows on that. I uploaded a couple of videos from that, with a disclaimer thing, and there was one where they had this crazy computer thing going on, this guy, and the computer was fucking with people's brains and that, Yeah, I can't remember how the story went now, but that was an interesting episode. Some of the things that were said on that were really profound. Some of the things, because this guy was doing this inquiry and he was like really wanting to get to the bottom of this shit that was going on, Yeah, so anyway, whatever. Lost in space. Yeah, we are lost in cyberspace, aren't we? Yeah. Oh, I'll find you guys one day. When we get to the next dimension after this shitty, Truman show's over, Yeah. That film They Lived. Do you remember that one where they put the specs on, obey, and all this jazz? Yeah, that was good. Yeah. Oh my God. What's the opposite of space? Just thinking. I wonder if there's an opposite word to space. Ultraman. Remember the Bionic Man? What was he called? Steve someone, wasn't it? I can't remember his name though. That was funny. Ridiculous 18 thing where there was no blood at all. All these guns going on. Absolutely no blood. No red stuff anyway. Wow. It's fucking stupid, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, I know. It was weird. Kip, that car, what was it called? The Hasselhoff guy. It was funny, that, wasn't it? You know that car that sort of, computerized car thing, black car, yeah. Remember that one? Oh, Doctor Pooh. I don't like Doctor Who at all. Used to freak me out as a kid. Didn't like it. It was horrible. Didn't like it. That. I think that's predictive programming now. Now, what have we got? You know, Doctor World Health Organization. You know what I mean? You know, doctoring everything, doctoring our medicines, and doctoring our, everything really, aren't they? Presiding over this, pathetic, all these pathetic ideas, Yeah. There's loads of them, isn't there? The Trilateral Commission, fucking World Economic Bollocks, central bank digital chips. Yeah. Oh, do you remember Smokey and the Bandit? That was quite funny. What was it? Charles Bronson, wasn't it? That was quite funny. That was a pretty funny film, that. Smokey and the Bandit. It was well done. Yeah. No, it was. The copper was dead funny on that. That big fat cop. He was dead funny, wasn't he? Oh, do you remember It's a Mad, 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 Mad World? Did you ever see that? Yeah, the guy just I don't know to do the movement. This convoy of people going down this road. Well, it's not a convoy at first. It's like these cars going down the road, and one goes through the crash barrier. Yeah, and these different trucks and cars and stuff like that stop, and there's this old fella there, and he's saying, I've got to tell you this shit. He says, he's about to die, and he says, God, all this money buried under this big W. And just before he went off the road, there was a Scotsy guy who went off the road. This kind of like West Indian guy, poor West Indian guy in this beat up truck with all these pots and pans and everything, and all his worldly possessions on the back of this crappy old truck, and he comes sailing off the road, and he's sort of going down the hill, and his eyes are like this, as you're going down all this terrain, and all this lot, and all these bits of crap flying out of the back of this car, and this guy, as he's dying, his legs are sort of up, his knees are up, you know what I mean? And he's sort of laid on his back, and he's about to die. He said, propped up by one of the guys, and he's saying, "Come on, tell us where you burying the money, man? Where is it? Where's it? It's buried under a big W." He doesn't tell him exactly where it is, but it gives him a bit of a clue. And just, come tell us more. And, anyway, as he dies, there's this bucket that's come off this poor black
man's truck near his foot. As he dies, while they're trying to get the last bit of information out of him so they can get their hands on this money, all that lot. And his foot goes out like that, and he kicks the bucket, literally, he kick the bucket. Yeah, funny shit. And he's gone, and suddenly scrambles back to the motors and starts roaring off, and sort of trying to get to this place, It's very funny where all this money's buried. And the big W turns out to be sort of like palm trees crossing each other in a W shape. So there's one, palm trees going cross like that, and it look like that, So it makes a W, yeah. They're all looking around this place where it might be buried and all that. And suddenly one guy looks up and sees it. Wow, music, and found it and all that. Yeah. It was a dead long film. It's a bit too long. It's about ridiculous, like 2 3/4 hours long or something. Far too long. A few edits and the down. And you've got a drunken pirate and stuff like that, And all sorts of weird shit going on. And there's one where they hire a crop spraying knackered old biplane of this guy. That's Terry Savalas who's playing that role with the pilot of that thing. And that's pretty funny. Bionic Woman, Jamie Summers, Night Rider, yeah. Steve Austin, yeah, that was him, yeah, that's it. Bionic Man, yeah. Yeah, David Hasselhoff, yeah. With that clip-on sort of welcome mat of a chest, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You got one of them sort of like, what do you call it, coconut matting for wiping your feet on as you come into the house. Welcome, home sweet home written on it or whatever, That should run something written on his chest from it. So funny. Oh, that Baywatch shit. Did you ever see that? Oh my goodness me. Bollocks as well. It's funny. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was. That's right. Yeah, that's what I thought of it. Yeah. It was yeah. Funny. I felt crap, really. And they'll shit will do to distract everyone from what's really happening. Some kind of evil going on in the world, and people watching Hasselhoff's bloody chest and all that bollocks. And that Schwarzenegger guy, git who ended up being governor of California or something. Is that right? Was it California? Governor somewhere, anyway. It's extraordinary, really, isn't it? And then you get the actor Reagan, he used to do old crappy cowboy films. And then he gets to be president, Reaganomics, they called it. Instead of economics, it was Reaganomics. And he brought in that SDI, didn't he? Strategic Defense Initiative, Star Wars job. Oh my God, honestly, don't say it, it's absolutely nuts. So we've been played, haven't we? We've been psyoped, Our brains co-opted, into the psyop, Oh, you've seen it, Mad World, yeah. When he just, that's right. They say the old guy come off the thing, and he just sailed out there. Yeah. Out of speed, woo, straight over the parapet, Funny film, pretty good. At least you could, whatever, I wasn't a great TV person, but there were some good things now and again. I didn't like it when I was a young kid, though. I didn't like it at all. It was all shit. I hated all the adverts and all that. I used to like something called The Rise and Fall of Reggie Perrin. Did you ever hear of that one? The British comedy about a firm that sold desserts, dessert foods, like custards and cakes and, ridiculous, all these cream lashy ripples and shit like that, the exotic ISIS project and all this jazz, all these, junk foods basically, it's crazy shit. It's really funny. And Reggie Perrin, he fakes his own death on a beach, on Cecil Beach, and that leaves all his clothes on the beach and comes back as somebody else called Martin Wellborn. It's dead funny. And he starts redating his wife. Do you know what I mean? He's disillusioned with life and his crappy job and all that lot, you know what I mean? Selling these ridiculous products that nobody really needed out of them. They had, I don't know, sort of like, pagodas, what was it, or something, pagoda, you know what I mean? Like some exotic ice kind of meringue kind of thing, or whatever it was, made into the shape of a pagoda, you know what I mean? It's really weird, crazy shit, And they always had the two guys, David Harris Jones, always said that super, like that. He was just a bit camp, although he had a wife. And what was the other one? Oh, what was he called? David Harris Jones and the other guy, what was he called? And every other thing he said, one said super and the other one said great. Reggie Perrin was the kind of one of the managers, and CJ the boss. He was dead funny as well. Really funny guy, really funny actors. Yeah, if you've never seen The Rise and Fall of Reggie Perrin, you might enjoy that. Oh, do you remember The Rise and Fall of him? Oh, yeah, all right. They're trying to find the treasure where money was buried. I remember that. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, it's the kind of film though that you can only watch half of it because it's too long. You get knackered watching it. You need a break. You need to stop after about an hour and then watch the rest. Sort of, I don't know, a few hours later. Yeah. Yeah, I remember watching that. I was stoned out of my mind and something. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I was pissed myself laughing. I like Terry Thomas in that, the guy with the gap tooth. The British guy. Crazy. Really bad. Really crazy guy. He died penniless, Got ripped off. He died virtually penniless, A lot of them did, people get ripped off, A few people are, good entertainers and that as far as it goes, and you just got everything ripped off, Do you remember the one of the Frankenstein movies? I can't remember which one it was. I'm not sure if it was Boris Karloff or someone else playing Frankenstein, and where he goes up to the blind man's house. You can hear this music because the monster, Frankenstein, he was made out of the wrong. He got the wrong brain, didn't he? He liked music, he had this music coming out of this house. And he went towards the music, he liked music, so there must have been part of his brain. You know, they got the wrong brain, they got the criminal brain instead of the, you know, the normal brain or whatever. You know what I mean? But there must have been part of this criminal that was nice or something at some stage, you know what I mean, before he became, you know, whatever criminal he was, you know what I mean? So he liked this music. The blind man was playing his violin. He gradually heard this music, and he's like, you know, walking up to the door, you know, heard this music. And the blind man, because he's got really good hearing, he could hear him outside the door. You know what I mean? The door was slightly ajar or something like that. He said, "Who's there? Who's there? You know, come in. You know, come in, my friend. It's cold outside," or something like that. You know. So Frankenstein walks in and he sits him down. He says, gives him a drink. You know, he never had a drink since he's manifested this month of this Frankenstein thing. And he gives him a drink. He says, "Drink good." You know, and the monster goes, "Drink good." And this guy offers him a cigar. The old fellow's lighting up a cigar, and the monster can smell it or something, and he's like, and he goes, "Oh, do you want a cigar?" You know, he goes, "Smoke good," and the monster goes, gets hold of the cigar, and he's smelling the cigar or something. He goes, "Smoke good." Takes a drag on it, starts coughing his guts up. It's funny. It's good. Yeah, it's a good one there. I don't know which one it is, because that little bit of it's well funny. Oh, Benny, oh yeah. There's all these women chasing him round. And the little fella, Cosmo Smallpiece, he was called, this little tiny guy, like a kind of a midget, if you like. Probably it's not PC to say that word, but you know what I mean. Yeah, little, really short guy, balls, totally bald head. He used to slap him on the top of the head. There was another funny guy with a really funny grin that used to play a really weird character in it. Oh, it's odd. It was odd that. Some of his sketches were very, very funny. He was a real clown, wasn't he? Benny Hill. Yeah. What are you saying no to? The Frankenstein one? You don't remember that one? Smoke good and then drink good and all that, yeah. I don't remember that. I should just have a look on YouTube, see if there's some just to get that little clip of it, you know, Frankenstein smoking and drinking. That might come up. Frankenstein the Blind Man or something, yeah. Monty Python flying too, because yeah, some of them were funny, yeah. Life of Brian. There's this certain sect that they just have one shoe for some reason, you know what I mean? It's just ridiculous, honestly. Yeah, it was quite funny, some of Python. Yeah. And what was the other one? Search for the Holy Grail and that and all that stuff. A bit over the top. Yeah, Mr. Bean. The best Bean one I've seen is the one where he nicks that painting, that Whistler painting of Whistler's mother. Do you remember? Really horrible, ugly old painting with some ugly old bat, you know. Whistler was a famous painter, apparently. It was a picture of Whistler's mother, particularly, you know. Anything special, man, to be honest. Some crazy old bat. But they were making some I don't know, some weird product where had this. I can't remember what it was. It was like what was it? I don't know what the hell it was. It was Whistle. It was really weird. Whistle's mother turned into a whistle thing. Do you remember them little whistles? You ever get one of them plastic whistles when you were a kid in a kind of lucky bag? We used to call them lucky bags. And he bought one, and it was like about 3 and 6 pence or something like that. Yeah. Oh no, it was cheaper than that. It was like about a shilling or something like that. And or 1 and 6 or something like that. And you got rather called a lucky bag or a jamboree bag. There were 2 different types. And you got this little bird whistle thing, and you blew in its tail, and you filled it with a little bit of water, and it made a noise like a warbling noise, whistling noise with a bubbly noise of what's it, I thought it was pretty cool. Don't know why. I don't remember whether you got them in America, but in England in the 70s, about 1970, and well, probably about 1970, 71, 72. Oh, do you remember the Frankenstein where he did the smoke good bit? All that lot, and the blind man. Remember that? That particular one. I don't know what it's called. Oh, yeah, my lips is hurting. I need that stuff on again. I've got cracked lips, all this climate engineering shit. I'm sure it's what's in the air, isn't it? They do them cool down things, toxic cool downs. The air freezes and everything freezes up, including you. It's a bit more of this stuff I'm showing you this before, and natural lean, not naturally, naturally. Beauty Kitchen, 100% natural, 0% petroleum. Good stuff. Actually, see that? Saw a bit there. I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, it's. Oh, God. It'll be a nice day tomorrow. It's pissing it down all day today. Got to plug the phone back in. It's only 10%. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put, that portable charger I took out when we did with them on that massive live stream we did in the countryside. It's a really good little bit of kit, that. And it charges the phone a lot quicker than what it does at the wall socket, on the mains. Because it's it's got loads of oomph in it, loads of power in it. I'll put that on. It's this thing here. This box here, that's the thing. Yeah. Plug that in. It's really good. Remember to switch it on. It's on now. Should be charging. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's going 9%. That should go up pretty quick. Oh yeah, he chucked the little girl in the water, didn't he? Yeah. Oh, he didn't like the fire either, That's right. Yeah. Oh, you remember that one? Yeah, I know. That was a sad bit when the little girl, I don't know, was she crying or something? And he was like distressed by her tears and ended up chucking her in or something, for some whatever reason, some weirdness. I don't know. Strange. Anyway. Gone. off again, this thing. It goes off. Is it going off or is it charging? No, it is charging. It says it's charging. Yeah. Gappy Tooth guy was funny, he was. Yeah. You're an absolute shower. Absolute shower. Shower, you know. You're an absolute shower. That was Terry Thomas Gunn saying he was. Yeah. I'll tell you a good film. That's a Peter Sellers film. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's my favourite Peter Sellers film, I think. Apart from Our Grew to Love the Bomb, that's pretty funny. He plays quite a lot of roles in that, quite a lot of characters. There's Mandrake and this, that, and the other. Yeah, that's a crazy film, isn't it? How I Learned to Love the Bomb or something it's called, isn't it? What's it called, the actual film? It's called something, or How I Learned to Love the Bomb. Can't remember what it's called. It put a big nose on what? Sorry, I've lost the thread of what we were talking about. What was I on about just now? My brain's going, it's the aluminium. But yeah, I'm surprised we can even think straight at all, you know. We'll be getting earlier on Alzheimer's. Put a big nose on what? You talk about Terry Thomas. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, you're on about Peter Sellers. Yeah, anyway, this Peter Sellers film is really good. It's an old black and white one. And it's got, it's got some good characters in, really good actors in it. And he gets a job as a vicar. And it's like a dead, idealistic guy and wants to help everyone out and all that. And it's called Heavens Above. The film's called Heavens Above. It's a good film, that is well funny. It's very, very funny. And you get into the scenario of it. I can't explain it, but it's well funny film. It's subcharging. So only on 9%. There's a lot of battery in it for some reason. Since it's stabilised at 9%, might get going in a bit. How long have we been going for? God, we've done 3.5 hours of all this twaddle. You ready for total information awareness yet? Pretty funny, isn't it? I have to do a song called Total Information Awareness. Total Information Awareness. You've got it all sus now. Total Information Awareness. Yeah. Total Information Awareness. Don't you know there's really some fairness when you get total information awareness? Yeah, you can bring things into perspective and get total fairness with total information awareness. Yeah, 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 yeah. Don't we really love them cameras upon us? Don't we really love our central bank currency? Don't we really love the psyop every day? What? There is a psyop every day, isn't there? Now? It's all a bloody massive psyop, isn't it? Fear, innit? Everyone's shit scared, isn't it? You know, crazy shit, you know. The more mayhem, any form of crazy shit that goes on, you just, they're bringing in this alien shit in a bit, aren't they? A bit ago, I don't know, a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago, there was loads of papers. I was looking at them downstairs, and they're all full of fucking alien UFOs and shit, and aliens and stuff like that. Front pages, newspapers all over the place. You know, I just looked at it, and you know what? I was sort of, I can't be asked reading this yet. I don't know why. I was going to take interest in it, but I was busy with other things. And I thought, yeah, you know, I could sort of imagine the kind of crap that was coming out of, you know. And then there's a possible, you know, second coming scenario where they use holographics to do that shit as well. They do the holographics with the what's it as well, and the alien job. Big phalanx of UFOs hovering everywhere, you know, shitting themselves, thinking you get vaporized any second. You know, imagine it. Oh, weird. We are in really dangerous times, aren't we? You know what I mean? Do you ever walk past one of them tower things, you know, your mobile phone's on? Sometimes I switch mine on off as I go past it in case it picks me up and just zaps me. Do you know what I mean? It's really weird. Sometimes I actually get sort of kind of fearful of the thing. You know what I mean? I shouldn't be really, you know, because many numbers up, innit? Now you can do about it. Oh, you know, I don't know, it's really weird, honestly. It's very strange. Honestly, I've done that several times before. Ooh, better not turn my phone on until I get past that fucking great bloody horrible bloody 5G thing, you know what I mean? Like, just spot me, you know, and, ID me on you know, yeah, you must wipe it out, let's zap him, you know, I'm halfway across the motorway bridge, and there it is, the bloody thing, you know. I'm thinking, oh shit. There was such a weird sky above that thing a few weeks ago. I was filming it and making a commentary, a pretty wild commentary. And while I was doing the wild commentary, it just crossed my mind, oh shit, you know, it's going to notice me, you know, filming it, you know what I mean? You know, I sort of know, I've done it several times, different ones over that thing, different videos with that, you know what I mean? And it's not really bothered me that much. I just thought, I'll just do it anyway, you know, blah, 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 you know. But if you think about things too much, you'd never go out of the house, would you? You know what I mean? It's nuts. Anyway, is it pissing down through your roof? Yeah, shit, innit? It messes it messes you up, doesn't it? It makes you dead thirsty as well, because the air's so dry with all the desiccants in it. You know what I mean? Because they suck all the moisture out of the air, don't they? And they can ionize it and then beam it about on the frequencies with the harp and all that jazz, you know? It's mental, innit? It's crazy shit going on. Did you see my snowball video? Did you watch that one? Did you watch my space video? Did you watch that one? That's a good one. Not very long. It's funny. I'm in a shopping mall and it's got this bin, you know, rubbish bin, and there's adverts on the rubbish bin. The rubbish bin's like I'm not sure if it's 3 or 4 sided, so you get 4 panels of adverts or 3, and you've got these. There's a hole, and then you know it's at an angle like that, and you've got a hole for your rubbish. You know, you put your cardboard in one, your plastic in another, and your general rubbish in another. And, I don't know, your dog shit in another one, I don't know. Anyway, it's that funny, you know, people advertising on an actual bin, you know what I mean? And it's saying, you know, it's saying, what did it say on it? I can't remember what it said. I expect a Cluso, yeah, just Cluso was funny, yeah. A couple of them Pink Panther ones, yeah, they were funny. There was one that was really good and one that was too silly. I think Casino Royale was a bit over the top, that was a bit too much. But there was one, you know, there was a few funny moments in that. You know, where he had, what's he called? What was he called? Tito or something? You know, the Japanese martial arts guy with him, and all the time, every now and again, he'd sort of leap out of the cupboards and attack him and that. You know what I mean? What was he called, that guy? I forgot what his name was. Chinese guy or Japanese guy. It's funny. Oh, someone Kwok, wasn't it? Someone Kwok, his name was, I think. Oh shit! Spilled water all over my pants. Got backside now. Shit. Oh, look at all that. Glad it didn't go on the book. Get rid of that. Oh shit, it's gone right under the oven as well. Gone right through. But look at my room now. I've had a bit of a clean up, a bit of a tidy up, a bit better in it. You see it was the right state over there. Yeah. Oh well. Right, what do we do with this now? Chuck it over there. It'll soon dry up. It's so bloody dry in here anyway. Atmosphere. I'm going to have to go downstairs and get a drink. Coming down with us. You're hanging on for a bit longer. A bit more excitement. Might get interested in a bit. I wonder if Wander will pop in. Or Road or someone. That'd be cool. And step up on the screen. It'd be ace to talk to Road on here. I think he did come for one of my live streams once. I can't remember. I think he did for a little while. You know, when he does live streams, he never gets anyone up, does he, on camera? He never gets, doesn't have that facility or something, does he? God, I'd like to get up on his channel and that, you know? I think he's got crappy internet, hasn't he? Quite often he's pretty grainy, you know, his kind of resolution goes all crap, doesn't it? Totally crap. Can you hear me all right? Is the sound all right? How much percent we got now? It's holding steady at 9% all the time. It's weird, it's not changed. Oh well. Doing its thing now, isn't it? Right, so I'll get some water. I'll have a smoke. This is what I smoke. I'm throwing my packet here. Look.
read that? You're upside down, I don't know where it is or not. No, it should be the right amount. You read what that says. It's like a bit of weed, doesn't it? It doesn't smell though, it hardly smells at all. The parsley's good. It doesn't smell of weed or nothing. 30 grams for £1. 30 grams of baccy will cost you about £19 or something like that. No, I don't have 5G on my phone, I won't have it. No, 4G is a lot safer. 5G is really dangerous. Never get a 5G phone. Never upgrade to that yet. Definitely not good for your health. It's all gone up my back as well on my t-shirts. I've got 2 t-shirts on. I've got freezing before. I fell asleep on my bed with the windows open. I woke up shivering. I closed my windows and put my jumper on and another t-shirt on top, and my jumper and my coat on, and 2 bobble hats on top. Yeah, I need a smoke, that's what I need. A wee smoke. Now where's my papers and the things. Photos. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Well, Jane, do you want to jump up and say hello? Can you do that, or have you got no Wi-Fi and shit? It really doesn't matter what your room looks like or anything like that. I won't judge you on that. You just put your avatar on if you're shy. You're cool. You're an enemy of the state by even being on the channel, so don't worry about that. They're already coming to get you, and they, so you know, we can't worry about it anymore. Fuck them, you know. Good luck, best British luck to them, you know. We'll just smile at them as they level their M16s at us. And the M16s will melt in their own. Send out a big love wave, but you know, just neutralise their aggression and everything. They won't be able to pull the trigger because their finger will be frozen. Won't be able to, you know, and suddenly be overwhelmed and start blubbing and calling for the mama. Won't they? What do you reckon? Oh, Kato, yeah, Kato. That's right, yeah. Yeah, it was played by, what was he, someone Quark? A guy called Quark. Yeah, Kato, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Because you've watched too much television, haven't you? Now, I haven't watched loads of it, but I've watched bits of it over the years. We do happen to be pretty ancient now. You're becoming a fossil as well, aren't you? I know you're petrified now, aren't you? You're going petrified like me. But the good thing about being petrified, you have no nervous system. You can't be petrified. You can't be fear, can you? Because you can block a stone, aren't you? You know what I mean? You're like one of them things on Easter Island. You know. It's really weird, the English language, isn't it? Petrified. Doesn't make sense. Petrified with fear. How can a stone feel fear? Right. Oh, well, that's not good, is it? You got to buy another bed. It's really shit, that, isn't it? No, it's not tobacco, it's parsley. No tobacco in it. I don't smoke tobacco. Super veg parsley. You know, parsley, what you put on your dinner. You know, sometimes people have it on fish and that. It helps your breath not smell and that. And I think it's full of, I know it's got a lot of iron in it or whatever. But it's good for you, there's nothing wrong with it. Let's see what the battery's doing. Still on 9%, it's been stuck on 9% all the time. Nope. God knows what's happening there. Oh, there we go. Such a palaver. That's an old word, isn't it? Palaver. Do you ever use that? Palaver. If someone's a palaver, it's like, you know, a bit of a process, a bit of a faff about. You ever use that word, faff? Stop faffing about, you know. When someone's a palaver, you know, you got all this crap. I've got my cup under my arm, I've got my bottle of water, I've got my phone, I've got the charger, I've got 2 cigarettes. And I've got to get on and get a light. Go faffing about. Mary. Oh, Jesus, you give me peace when you're keeping away them police. Oh, Jesus, you give me peace when you're keeping away them police. It's a great joke, man.
We are just a loving us. We are just a loving bunny.
Huh?
A loving honey. You're just so loving.
Yeah.
Yeah, and smiling.
All right, man. It's not sinning. Do you like that one? Do you like that joke? Oh, Jesus, you give me peace when you're keeping away damn police. Oh, my love. Can I have a lie, please? You like that joke, don't you? Oh, Jesus, you give me peace when you're keeping away damn police.
Yeah, nice.
What? What about it?
Jump there, Alex.
Well, don't we sit there?
But Alex sitting there.
Who's sitting there?
Alex.
Alice who?
My girlfriend.
Alice Cooper.
Yeah.
Oh, is it raining?
No, stop now.
Oh, good.
Have you lit it?
No.
Oh.
Just haven't lit it
I
yet.
mean, have
Give
you
me the
rolled
lighter
it?
yet.
I've not rolled it.
Yeah, I've got it in my gob. Can't you see?
Oh, I can now.
You're not very observant, are you?
I wasn't even looking at you, I was looking at the floor.
It's not my fault. Not in here, honestly. What? Yeah, parsley. I remember when me and my cousin made parsley cigarettes and tried to sell them. My mum ended up buying them. Wow. Is your mum strung out and stuff? There's a guy in here, right, that mixes up. He'll get anything. It doesn't matter what the plant is, but it's a dandelion and stuff, and he mixes it with sugar, puts it in a bit of water, and says he's making opium. It's totally mad. There's some really mad people in here. Nice people, though. You know, a lot of them are nice. You know, when they're not freaking out. It's horrible. It's horrible sky. I don't know if you can see it. You can't really. Just horrible. Foul. Big bloody lights out here. Look at that horrible thing. Just evil. You know. Look at that. It's horrible, isn't it? I hope I get them off round that. It's them blowing me smoke over that light. That's a really weird effect, doesn't it? Look at that. Whoa. Like me on chemtrails. Oh, you tried to do the link. That's because I didn't see you. Do it again, hang on. Do it again. If I see gas, I can invite you. You have to click on the link again. Can you do that? Do I need to put the link back up for you? Can you still see the link? I'll put it up anyway. A minute. That's a link. If you click on that, it'll show a red dot on where it says guests on here. And then I click on that and then I can get you on the stream. See what I do? Just use your avatar. Can you hear the birds singing? Because I feed them out there. I give them loads of bird food. You can smoke this stuff, it doesn't make you cough. It's not like a cigarette. Cigarettes are foul. Don't like them at all now. I'm totally used to this stuff now. Was it Bruce Lee played Kato? You sure? I'm joking, aren't you? Oh, I don't mean that. He must have been very young. I thought it was Bert Kwok. Who's Bert Kwok then? That's his name, Bert Kwok. Go on, click the link. Click it anyway. Just come up for 2 seconds. Yeah? Please. It's not so much fussing, it's faffing. That means fussing about. It's faffing. Faff. Like F-A-F-F or something. Faffing about. Or P-H-A-F-F. Faffing. Faffing about. If someone's faffing about in the kitchen, you know, the sort of... They're just faffing about, aren't they? Not sure what to make, you know, whatever. I don't know. Morning, Vahid. You alright, buddy? You okay? Yeah, good man. You alright, Gaza? Yeah. Hey.
Oh, no.
Better not, anyway.
What's he doing now?
What are you doing? Oh, can I have a drink? Can I have a drink?
Yeah.
You can, David. There you got it. Did he give you one?
Oh, yeah.
Eh?
What?
Was it with this one?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
No, you got it. No, you got it.
Yeah.
You see me on air? I'm doing my live stream. I've got my friend Rose Jane on it. I'm not putting you on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get in trouble if I do. You know what I mean? With management, yeah. It's alright filming down here because all I'm filming is the ceiling. I'm not filming anything. Yeah. There you go. Thank you, buddy. Right. Yeah, put the water through the filter first and then put it in the kettle. So it's kind kind of like filter a bit wrong. Set this tap water straight out of the kettle. Have you got water filter at your place? It must have, mustn't you? Yeah. I know my friend David, yeah, he has a, I think he's got a machine that sort of distills his water. You know what I mean? So it kind of boils it up and distills it like it which is well, yeah, I'm in the kitchen. What? No, no.
Sure, yeah.
Not nothing. Oh, monkey. I'll say something, Jane. Oh, Jane, come on. Do you like being called Jane? I know it's wonderful calling you Jane. You prefer Jane or Jane Rose Jane? I like the full name, Rose Jane. Real name.
Hello.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
Enjoying that book already, mate?
Yeah.
You gonna look more of it?
Yeah.
What's that to you?
Trying to think. They're just hunting for turkeys.
Sorry?
Hunting for turkeys.
Hunting for what?
Turkeys.
For what?
Turkeys.
Turkeys, oh yeah, it's good that one. It's good that bit. Yeah, and they only take the ones that are the weakest ones, don't
Yeah.
they?
Small ones.
Yeah. And they don't kill them all out or anything like that. They're not greedy, are they?
No.
They only take what they need
Excuse me as well.
to survive. Yeah. Did you see the bit where it was on the bus?
Yeah.
The bus conductor said how to, taking a piss out and saying how to, and the little kid thought, oh, they're being friendly because they were all laughing. But really, they were taking the piss.
Yeah.
How the Indians, yeah. It took a while to get his change out and all that, didn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't see
You know, when you get in there,
I won't like that either.
No. It won't let me, it says I need a computer. That's weird, isn't it? Maybe you've not got the right software on your phone. Maybe you can get a fix for that. You should be able to get a fix for that. Because I'm only on phone. I don't use my computer out here at all. Just for storing stuff, you know.
Are you okay, Asma?
Have you got like a storage thing, you know, like a memory thing you can plug in?
Excuse me. Compensate. Let's
It
see
takes me
that.
to a Google when I click it. Shouldn't do. Should just take you straight to StreamYard.
There's nothing else to put in apart from
Did they ask you to sign in or something? Did they ask you to sign in or something like that, James? What's up? Oh, there's no thing in the bin. What?
No, I mean because it drips.
Oh, I'm not going to drip it. You carry it across the room.
Oh,
you do
yeah.
that. What?
Yeah, that's fine.
Milk gone. Isn't it? Milk again. You're always missing it. I know it's good, isn't it? James, isn't it? You're missing the milk. Well, I was like tea now, that's for sure sick.
I'll have to go next door and see if
What?
I'll go next door and see if
What? Will you?
Yeah, I'll have to do stuff.
That's all right. I'll
Can't do that.
call something call. I'm not insane anymore. I'm going to the doctor. I'm totally sane.
Still part of my job.
I'm totally sane now, Jane. Right, go now. You can go. Go. I'll do the cleaning.
There.
I'll do the cleaning while you do that. I'll clean up.
No, I'm just gonna put this
Well, I
away.
don't mind cleaning up. I'm always cleaning up kitchen. No,
It's
this
just
is
that.
what I do.
Oh, I do. Trust me, I do.
I'm always cleaning
You don't
up
think we
kitchen
do,
area.
but we really
What?
do.
I often do.
Huh?
You know? Because it's what they're doing it.
Exactly.
I don't like doing nothing.
Yeah.
I like to make the, you know, the environment a bit better.
Give me about 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's alright. Nice lady, wasn't she? Yeah. Whenever she's on, the kitchen's nice and clean. It's even cleaner now. Now it's like my kitchen as well on top. But some stuff, they're lazy, they don't do now. Well, she does. You know, some you know, just toss around on the phone all night. Sing us a song, Mary.
Huh?
Sing us a song.
Hello, good morning, and how are you today?
You got it.
Hello, good morning, and how are you today? I'm okay and I'm fine.
You know a song called Down by the Riverside? You know a song called Down by the Riverside?
Delighted.
You know a song called Down by the Riverside?
Good timber.
I lay down my soul and shield down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside. I'm gonna lay down my sword and shield down by the riverside. I'm gonna study the war no more. I ain't gonna study the war no more. I ain't gonna study the war no more. I ain't gonna study the war no more, no more. I'm gonna tie on my long white robe down by the riverside. I'm gonna study the war no more. I ain't gonna study the war no more. I ain't gonna study the war no more. I ain't gonna study the war no more, no more. I'm gonna lay down my sword and shield down by the riverside, down by the riverside. Down by the riverside, I'm gonna lay down my sword and shield. Down by the riverside, I'm gonna study the war no more. I ain't gonna study the war no more. I ain't gonna study the war no more. I ain't gonna study the war no more, no more. I ain't gonna study the war no more. I ain't gonna study the war no more. I ain't gonna study the war no more.
They did some wrong. Well, is there no milk there?
There is.
Well, there's nothing.
No, there is.
Where?
I've got an iPhone, yeah. Yeah.
Where? Oh, yeah.
Maybe you need a new phone. Can you afford a new phone? I'll send you some money if you want. If you can buy a phone, get a second-hand phone. You want some money?
Oh.
Just for the hell of it, just so we can talk and communicate and
Put it
shit.
behind him. And then I'll count it in a bit. Yeah. Don't worry, don't worry. Excuse me, David. Yeah?
Soy,
Look,
Americano.
look how clean it is.
Eh?
Look how beautifully clean it is.
Yeah, beautiful.
Soy, Americano, and I am American.
Yeah. David,
That's why it says on the computer.
people are sleeping.
I want some more sandwiches.
You're not wrong there.
Will, you need to take a break. You've had that.
Yeah, it's because I'm so tall.
No, it's got stuff to do with it.
What's it got to do with the munchies?
Yeah, it's just if you're hungry or something. But you need to have it within portion because
Oh,
too much will make you sick.
won't make me sick.
Oh, trust me, it will. You don't think it will, but it will. David, I didn't even get a thank.
You even got what?
I didn't even get a thank you
What for?
for getting your milk.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
I said thanks, didn't I?
No.
No. I'm sorry.
You
Did I say thank you?
Eh?
I did. Didn't I?
did, I'm only messing.
All right. I don't know, maybe I didn't. I can't remember saying thank you when I said that. I don't know whether you did or not, but I am thankful.
No, you did.
Okay.
Don't you worry.
Okay, you're a good one. Oh, we got that. Yeah. Alright, cool. Somebody else is joined. Who's lurking? Yay, the lurkers are in again. Yeah. Oh, never mind, eh? Can't you buy a new phone? Can you afford a new phone? No. You got to get in bed now, haven't you? So you can't do that. Got to do the important things. You can't have your daughter having a knackered bed now because of all the rain coming in on it. That's just all the house. Like. Can you not just get the roof sorted somehow? You know, like a bit of tarpaulin over the top of it or something. You know, like canvas over the top of it. You know, like a, tent material or something, or some old boat sails or something like that. That'll keep the water out. You know, somebody's got a... You can get things, can't you? Surely you must have, like, reclamation yards and stuff like that where they sell stuff for next to nothing. There must be sites where you can say, well, we're in a bit difficulty, can someone help with this? And they're probably grateful to do it and help you out, and you might meet some nice people as well at the same time, you know? Nobody's in, everyone's gone. You keep getting booted off the stream or something because your battery gone because no one's here now. No one. On Monday. I'll start reading some more from that book if you don't come back. What is it? Total Information Overload or something? No, it's not that one. It's, what's it? No, I can't remember that chapter ago. It's absolutely mad, that stuff, that, that crazy guy selling his pills and that. Anti-pathogen pills and shit. What a scammer. It's all a massive scam, isn't it? And off we go. Right, okay. Get in the door. Wrong key again. I keep using the wrong key all the time. Do you do that? Keep getting the wrong key. Hmm? Well, I've only got 2 keys. But I've got this what's the name? These other bits and pieces on the key ring, but they're not keys.
I've got gold ones and silver ones. The gold ones for the door, and the silver ones for the kitchen.
Ah, you two got 2 different colours. Mine the same colour, except one's got a shape out of it. There to tell me that's the kitchen one. But the same colour, that's why I confused them. Yeah, that's why, yeah. I'll see you in a bit. Oh, that's it. Total information awareness. That's what it is. You've got an iPhone, yet it won't let you work it. I bet there's an app you can get so that you can join live streams and that, you know what I mean, from your phone or something like that. There must be something you can get. You have to ask someone in a shop, you know, a phone shop. Yeah? Do you have phone shops knocking about? You know, little phone shops. You know, the little ones are the best, usually. Could look weird down under this light. It's horrible, this light. It makes all them shadows go over my eyes like that. Looks like I've got some kind of facial hair growing. Weird facial hair. I'll turn the proper bulb on. You can't see me. Can't see my daft face. Take my jumper off. It's all wet, my jumpers and t-shirts are all wet. I'm going to take them off. I'm going to put another shirt on. Hang on. Right. This is a posh shirt I got, right? Guess what it says on the inside? The home of proper shirts. Charles Turwitt, Jermyn Street, London. This is a cool shirt. You wait till you see this. There you go. The home of proper shirts. Yay. Got to look right, haven't we, you know? Proper nice shirt. This is beautiful. Look at the pattern on it. It's all like little poppies and stuff. Poppies and what's that? I don't know what they are, bluebells or something. I don't know what they are. Beautiful shirt though. The home of proper shirts. cost a bomb. This it only cost me like from charity shop. I don't know what it was. Like brand new. It's just like a brand new shirt. Yeah. It looks a bit scruffy actually on camera, but it's actually not. It's smart. Oh, new account. Why? It's weird, isn't it? Well, do you know what your password is for whatever your phone is and all that lot for your Google account? You should be able to get straight in on that. You shouldn't have to create a new account. It's asking you, do you want to create a new account? But you don't. You just say no. I've got an existing account. There's usually a little tiny writing that says, I have an existing account. You click on that, and then you put your password in for Google or whatever it is. Then it should let you through. Try that. Can you try that? See if that works. Let me think me look for it again. I can see. No, not got it. Mustn't spill it on my shirt. Try that, Jane. Have another go. See what happens. I'll wait for you. Great to talk to you. I've never heard your voice. Wanda's got a nice voice, hasn't she? Did you visited Road Dog, didn't you? He's only up the road from you, isn't he? That's cool. You didn't actually go around and visit him, but you visited his channel, didn't you? But he's not far from you. You could go and see him and get on his live stream, wandering about, helping him feed the chickens and that. You like it. You like his wife, Hag. She's well nice. You like Blinking as well. She's well nice as well. And you like all the goats. One bit ago, they had 17 goats. 17 new baby goats. I love goats, mate. They're great. People think like they're a bit evil or whatever just because their eyes are weird. But they're not. I like all animals, mate. I used to live near a donkey sanctuary. I used to take them carrots and that. And, yeah, you were dead friendly. You come galloping up. Oh, David. Hello, David. My God. Right, we've got to sort this out, right? I'm going to write something down, right? I'm going to write a comment, right? So you've got to do some detective work, my dear Sherlock. Right, so you can find out where I am and ring this place up. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a number to this place. You ring them up, right? Tell them you want to speak to David, your old friend, old mate David. You've lost his details because you lost the phone or some shit like that, yeah? And then we can proper communicate, I've done some wicked lives lately, really out of space ones, totally mental. I did a really weird one where I'm making really weird faces on it. I don't know if you've seen that. I've been advertising your book like shit, loads of my videos. I don't know if you noticed. I keep putting your link to your book on nearly every video I do. I haven't put it on. I don't think I particularly put it on live stream, but I put it on I've mentioned it. Well, I've done a reading from your live stream. You've done I read all the patents out, and I read the whole of that. What's the name? You know, that garbage from the Owning the Weathers by 2025 job from 1996. I read it all out, and I put, you know, because I was getting bored of it, I started putting stupid accents in and all that lot, you know, and making a bit of a comedy out of it. You know what I mean? If anyone deserves a bit of sarcasm, it's them bastards, you know what I mean? Although they've got no sense of humour. But, you know, mad, isn't it? So I think, right, let me find the phone number for this place. I'm gone. I don't know how I can do it. If I come out of here, I'll be in. I don't think I can come out of here and get back in without. I know it's everything and can't think enough, but they keep blocking me and moving my access. This is why we need to properly communicate. Right. Shit out. Oh, I've got to be outside. It's got to be in here somewhere. I'll tell you what, I'll nip downstairs, right? Yeah, we've got 44% unplugged at that thing. I'll nip downstairs and get the number for it. David, you still there? Yeah? Jane must have chipped out. Her phone keeps going weird. Oh, you go to bed, love. It's all right. Right, okay, that's cool. No problem, Jane. We had a good night. It's great fun. Great fun. Really brilliant to see you and hear Wanda last night. She was fantastic. Absolutely awesome. Right. So I'll just nip downstairs. What? I'm on a mission. What? I'm on a mission from God. The Blues Brothers, isn't it? You've seen that, the Blues Brothers film, yeah. I'm on a mission from God. Yeah, supposed to be anyway. Mission from the universe, anyway. Trying to save this damn planet if we can. Right, what's the number for this place? What's the number for this place?
I don't know it. It's probably written inside.
We'll get it for us, please. Just write it down on a piece of paper. Oh, good night, Roseanne, love. Yeah? I'll be in your dreams.
I don't know where it's written, but that's TJ when he comes out.
Who?
TJ. It'll be 5 minutes when he comes out. I'll get
Well, you got to have it on the wall. You've got to have some notepaper somewhere. Come on. You ring next door and ask them what the number is.
That phone's not working. It's not working for me too. It'll
Nothing
be out
works.
in 5 minutes.
Okay.
5 minutes.
It's really annoying though. There must be a sheet of paper. Have you not got an official letter anywhere?
An official letter with it.
Yeah, with the number of this place on it. You must have.
What?
You got any promotional leaflets or bugger all? Nothing? No, nothing?
Just give me 5 minutes and I'll sort it for you.
I don't want to wait 5 minutes. I want to sort it out now.
What's it for?
Being impatient.
What's it for?
For my friend.
For your friend.
So he can ring up here, right? I can't ring him directly.
Why not?
Well, never mind. It's complicated. It's complicated. He needs to ring me and then I can ring him.
Right. But just 5 minutes.
It's complicated. It's to do with family things and all kinds of weird shit.
Right.
You'll never understand it in a million years. He's an old friend of mine.
Okay.
And he needs my details. Then he can come and visit me. Yeah? It's not far.
Oh, okay, okay.
What?
Yeah, but you could get it in 5 minutes, 5 minutes. I'll ask TJ to get it out. Wherever the number is.
Why is he going to be 5 minutes? What's he doing?
Hey,
What's he?
today, but I thought you'll be out.
Will he?
Yeah.
So if I come down here at 5 to 6, he'll be here, will he?
6 o'clock, hang on.
Well, that's 10 minutes. See, you keep adding, you keep doubling the time frame. Bloody hell. I don't know. Just to nail it down with these people. You know what I mean? I tell you one thing, it's totally different, you know. It's incredible. The other day, right, I had my social worker come round. Well, I had 2 meetings. One was an MDT, where my social worker was going to be online. Yeah. So I'm informal now. So I'm officially off the section. Yeah. So I'm waiting for him to find accommodation for me. So anyway, you didn't tell me about the MDT. Oh, have you gone, David? Shit, come back on. No, come back on. You need to know this shit. Oh, come on, David. Come back on, man. Fucking Google boot you after something. Oh, well, I'll read you something. Might bring you back in. Might be interested. There you go. Where is it? Good title, isn't it? Right. The nuclear physicist John Poindexter is rarely noted for his prowess in nuclear physics. Instead, he is almost always referred to as the retired Navy Admiral and former National Security Advisor to President Ronald Reagan. During the Iran-Contra affair, he was convicted on 5 felony counts. Of lying to Congress, destroying official documents, and obstructing congressional investigations. The day after the terrorist attacks, you know, of 9/11, Poindexter was pulling his car out of the quiet suburban subdivision where he lived outside Washington, D.C., when he was struck with an idea for DARPA. He had worked for the agency before as a defense contractor in the late 90s. By then, Poindexter's Iran-Contra notoriety had died down and he was able to return to public service. Oh, how wonderful. You know, they would get back, don't they? Yeah. The US Court of Appeals had reversed all 5 of Poindexter's felony convictions, for how convenient, on the grounds that his testimony had been given under a grant of immunity. Oh, that's so clever, aren't they? In the decade after the scandal, Poindexter put his focus into computer technology because he had retained his full Navy pension after Iran-Contra. No doubt loads of backhanders and not kickbacks and all that. He did not have to look for a job. He had loads of money. Fascinated by computers, Poindexter began teaching himself computer programming languages and soon could write code. Wow, he could do his ABC as well. In 1995, through a defense contractor called Syntec, Poindexter began working on a DARPA project called Genoa. The goal of Genoa was to develop a complex computer system and intelligent machine designed to reach across multiple classified government computer databases in order to predict the next man-made cataclysmic event, such as a terrorist attack. Poindexter, a seafaring man, especially liked Genoa's name. A Genoa is a boat's jib or foresail, typically raised on a sailboat to increase speed. Poindexter's boss on the project, the person in charge of all next-generation information processing ideas at DARPA in the late 1990s, was a man called Brian Sharkey. After a little more than a year working on the project, Syntech's contract ended. Poindexter and Sharkey had gotten along well during phase 1 of Genoa and kept each other's contact information. The way Poindexter tells the story on the morning after the 9/11 terrorist attacks, he was struck with the idea that the time had come to revitalize the Genoa program. He pulled his car to the side of the road and began to eat his pretzels. So, began scrolling through the contacts on his cell phone and sort of found Sharky's number. That's funny, Poindexter recalls Sharky saying to him, I was just thinking about calling you. Both men agreed that it was time to accelerate the Genoa program. Sharkey had left DARPA to serve as a senior vice president and chief technology officer for the California-based defense contracting giant Science Applications International Corporation, or SAIC. With so many surveillance-related defense contracts on its roster, SAIC was often jokingly referred to as NSA West. Another one of SAIC's prime clients was DARPA. Brian Sharkey knew the current DARPA director, Tony Tether, quite well. We need to talk to Tony, Poindexter told Sharkey. In Washington, Tony Tether was well organized. You keep getting booted off, don't you? Well, that's really weird. This is really crazy shit, isn't it? Right. In Washington, Tony Tesla was well regarded as a top innovator, someone who saw the future and made it happen. When he was serving as director of DARPA's Strategic Technology Office back in the 80s, he advocated maximizing technology for surveillance capabilities. Yay. Now, 2 decades later, these kinds of technologies have advanced exponentially. In this post-9/11 environment, Tether's enthusiasm and experience in surveillance collection would prove invaluable in his role as DARPA director. Brian Sharkey and Tony Tether knew each other from SAIC. In the 1990s, after leaving government service for defense contracting, Tether had served as a vice president of SAIC and in its advanced technology sector. Now, Sharkey was a senior vice president at SAIC. During the September 12 phone call between Sharkey and Poindexter, the men agreed that Sharkey would set up a meeting with Tether to discuss Genoa. Since 1995, DARPA had spent roughly $42 million advancing the Genoa concept under the Information Systems Office. The program was part of a concept DARPA now called Total Information Awareness, or TIA. But the existing Genoa program was nowhere near having the intelligence necessary to recognize another 9/11 style plot. Poindexter and Sharkey aimed to change that. The following month, on October 15th, 2001, Sharkey and Tether met at a seafood restaurant in Arlington, Virginia, Gaffney's Oysters and Ale House, to discuss total information awareness, which is TIA.
Tether embraced the idea, so much so that he asked Brian Sharkey to leave his job at SAIC and return to DARPA to lead the new effort. But Sharkey did not want to leave his job at SAIC. The corporation was one of the largest employee-owned companies in America, and Sharkey had accumulated considerable stock options. If he were to return to government service, he would have to let go of profit participation. Oh, he wouldn't want to do that, would he? John Poindexter was the man who should serve as the director of the Total Information Awareness Program, Sharkey said. SAIC could act as DARPA's prime contractor. A few days later, Sharkey and Poindexter went sailing on Poindexter's yacht, Bluebird. Poindexter later recalled, feeling excited, he had big ideas. He believed he knew exactly how extensive this program had to be to succeed. Poindexter knew what the subtitle of the program should be. In his pitch to Tether, his opening slide would read, "A Manhattan Project on counterfeiting terrorism," and he said, on countering terrorism. Yeah. God, those sly buggers, aren't they? Artificial intelligent computers were the 21st century's atomic bomb. Tether and had Poindexter come to his office at DARPA and present the slideshow. Poindexter's background was in submarines, and there was an analogy here. He told Tether submarines emit sound signals as they move through the sea. The 9/11 hijackers had emitted electronic signals as they moved through the United States. But even if the NSA had been listening, its system of systems was not intelligent enough to handle the load in real time. The hijackers had rented apartments, bought airplane tickets, purchased box cutters, received emails and wire transfers. Yeah, right. All of this could have been looked at as it was happening. Poindexter said, terrorists give out signals. Genoa could find them. It would take enormous sums of time and treasure, but it was worth it. And I ended up in a text where, but the opening salvo, the White House had said, the time was right because the climate was right. People were terrified. What a climate of terror. Yeah. Tony Tether agreed. If Poindexter was willing to run the Information Awareness Office, DARPA would fund it. In January 2002, the Information Awareness Office was given the green light to proceed with a colossal initial startup budget of $145 million and another $183.3 million earmarked for the following year. John Poindexter was now officially DARPA's Total Information Awareness Czar. In our view, information technology is a weapon, says Bob Pop, the former Deputy Director of the Information Awareness Office. John Poindexter's number two, Pop is a computer scientist with a PhD in electrical engineering, a prolific author and patent holder. He rides a motorcycle and he is an active participant in a lifetime member of HOG, Harley Owners Group. HOG. His areas of expertise include anti-submarine warfare and ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. When he was a young man, Pop welded Trident nuclear submarines for General Dynamics. Wow. Before 9/11, information technology was a huge, unexploited weapon for analysts, Pop says. They were using it in very limited capacity. There was a lot of bad guys out there. No shortage of data Analysts were inundated with problems and inundated with data. The basic hypothesis of total information awareness was to create a system where analysts could be effective, where they were no longer overwhelmed. It was Bob Pop's job as John Poindexter's deputy to oversee the setting up of multiple programs under the TIA umbrella. The Evidence Extraction and Link Discovery Program, EELD, was a big office with a large support staff. Its function was to suction up as much electronic information about people as possible. Not just terror subjects, but the general American public. Oh, the poor American public. Such an evil, bunch of guys, The electronic information could be to be gathered was to include individual people's phone records, computer searches, credit card receipts, parking receipts, books checked out of the library, films rented, and more. From every military and civilian database in the United States, with the hope of determining who were the terrorists lurking among the ordinary Americans. The primary job of the EELD office was to create a computer system so intelligent it would be able to review metadata on 285 million people a day in real time and identify individuals who might be plotting the next terror event. Yeah. In 2002, DARPA's senior program manager, Ted Senator, explained how EELD would work. The plan, Senator said, was to develop techniques that follow us to find relevant information about links between people, organizations, places, and things from the masses of available data, putting it together by connecting these bits of information to patterns that can be evaluated and analyzed, and learning what patterns discriminate between legitimate and suspicious behaviors. It was not an easy task. Using the needle in the haystack metaphor, Senator explains just how hard it was. Our task is akin to finding a dangerous group of needles hidden in stacks of needle pieces. This is much harder, he points out, than simply finding needles in a haystack. We have to search through the many stacks, not just one. We do not have a contrast between shiny hard needles and dull, fragile hay. We have many ways of putting pieces together into individual needles and the needles into groups of needles, and we cannot tell people if a needle or a group is dangerous until it is at least partially assembled, so he says. In principle, at least, we must track all the needle pieces all of the time and consider all possible combinations. It's funny how they're going about needles all the time, isn't it? It's needlecraft, isn't it? Because terrorists do not generally act as lone wolves, a second program would likely would be key to total information awareness success, namely the scalable social network analysis. The SSNA would monitor telephone calls, conference calls, and ATM withdrawals, but it also sought to develop a far more invasive, that's invasive enough, isn't it, surveillance technology. One that could capture human activities in surveillance environments. The Activity Recognition and Monitoring Program, or ARM, was modelled after England's CCTV camera. Surveillance cameras would be set up across the nation, and through the ARM program, they would capture images of people as they went about their daily lives and save these images to massive data storage banks for computers to examine. Using state-of-the-art facial recognition, blah, blah, blah. They would seek to identify who was behaving outside the community's pre-programmed threshold or ordinary parameters. The parameters for ordinary remain classified. Facial recognition software expert Jonathan Phillips was brought on board to advance an existing Java program called Human Identification as Systems. We can identify the criminals. We know who they are, don't we? Eh? They're all on television and in Parliament and in the you know, it's easy to recognise Bush and Cheney and you know, all the rest of them, isn't it? Yeah. Don't need facial recognition software to suss them guys out, do you? Ain't that the real criminals? Let's get it right. You know, it's on the average American guy, isn't it? Anyway, it's not bad. Right, computer systems armed with algorithms for the faces of up to 1 million known terrorists could scan newly acquired surveillance video captured through the ARM program with the goal of locating a terrorist among the crowd. What a joke. What are they talking about? Total information awareness for a many tentacled program. The problem of language barriers had also long been a thorn in the military side. DARPA needed to develop computer-based translation programs in what it called the war languages: Arabic, Pashto, Urdu, Dari, and other Middle Eastern and South Asian dialects. It's just racist, that, isn't it? Yeah. Charles Wayne was brought on board to run 2 programs, Tides and Ears. Wow! To develop computer programs that would convert foreign languages into English language text. There would be a war games effort inside Tier 2 called Wargaming the Asymmetric Environment. Wow! And led by Larry Willis. In his office, terrorism experts would create fictional terror networks made up of individual characters like avatars who would begin plotting fake terror attacks. The point was to see if Tia's myriad of surveillance programs working in concert could identify the avatar terrorists as they plotted and planned. To further his efforts, a group inside the group was formed called the Red Team, headed by a former DARPA director, Stephen Lucchese. Red teaming is a role-playing exercise in which a problem is examined from an adversary's or enemy's perspective. Finally, there was Genova 2, the centerpiece of the program, the software that would run the system of information systems. Its director, Thomas P. Armour, described Genova 2 as a collaboration between 2 collaborations. One group of collaborators were the intelligence analysts, whose goal was sense-making. Wow, sense-making, wow. Armour said, these collaborators had the tricky job of collaborating among themselves across multiple organizations, including the CIA, NSA, DIA, and others. It was the job of the sense makers to construct models of blueprints of how terrorists might act. This group would then collaborate with policymakers and operators at the most senior level who would evaluate the intelligence analyst's work and develop options for a US response to any given situation. Genova 2, Armour, this guy called Armour, told his team, is all about creating the technology to make these collaborations possible, efficient, and effective. To Armour, there was hardware, meaning the machinery, software, meaning the computer programs, and wetware, meaning human brain. Wetware. Love it. Ha ha ha. Armour saw the wetware as the weakest link. Ha ha, would be, wouldn't it? Oh dear. The challenge was that intelligence agencies historically preferred to keep high target terrorist information to themselves. The wetware, whose limitations I mentioned, is Armour told defence contractors who were bidding on the job, its limitations and biases are well documented, and they pervade the entire system from perception through cognition, learning, memory, and decision. Armour told his team. In this system of systems, which was based on collaborative efforts between humans and the machines, Armour believed that the humans represented the point where the system was most vulnerable. These systems, said Armour, referring to human brains, are the product of evolution, optimized by evolution for a world in which no longer exists. It is not surprising then that, however capable our cognitive apparatus is, it too often fails when challenged by tasks completely alien to its biological roots. What an extraordinary bloody paragraph. What a load of old bollocks. Incredible shit, isn't it? Saying humans are absolutely fucking useless and hand everything over to the robots, isn't it? Great. That's nuts. Absolutely totally nuts. Anyway. Wow. This is crazy shit, honestly. Wow, this is really weird. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. Unlike so many of the new technologies working on total information awareness, Tom Armour was a cold warrior. He was also a former spy after flying combat missions during Vietnam as a U.S. Air Force navigator on the AC-119K gunship. He began a long career with the CIA, starting in 1975. Armour was an expert on Soviet nuclear weapon systems, missile technology, and strategic command and control. Don't you just love being in control? Yeah. At the CIA, under the Directorate of Intelligence, he served as Chief of Computing and Methodological Support, bringing the agency into the 21st century with computers for intelligence analysis. But when the Berlin Wall came down, crash, Armour saw new threats cropping up everywhere. People then were talking giddily about a peace dividend. Ooh, he told a group of DARPA technologists at a conference in 2002, but reminded the audience that his former boss at the CIA, James Woolsey, knew better. Woolsey pointedly said that while the big bad bear was gone, the woods were still filled with a lot of poisonous snakes. Armour said. The terrorists, there we go again, have since emerged as the new snakes, what we now call the asymmetric threat. Armour believes that the job of the 21st century intelligence managers was to find the snakes using computers. We should just play snakes and ladders, you know what I mean? Yeah. Just roll a 6 every time. 666. So you can get to the snakes. Yeah. Anyway, humans were frail as technical collectors. They could be manipulated either by assets trying to give them bad information or by their own biases and mental blocks. This weakness has long been called deception and denial in intelligence circles. Armour said Genoa 2's predecessor, Genoa, was about making the machines smarter. Each machine had been overseen by what was called a Lone Ranger, a single intelligence analyst. With Genoa 2, Armour wanted to get smarter results. He wanted cognitive amplification, smarter machines and smarter humans. Yay. Armour created what he called a wardrobe. No, bumper sticker phrases that captured Genoa 2's automation goals. Phrases that read like words George Orwell could have written in the dystopian novel 1984 because they sounded like doublethink. Read everything without reading everything. Read everything without reading everything. Read everything without reading everything. Told Genoa 2 analysts. There is too much that must be read to actually read. Bloody hell. Also said that total information and awareness analysts would need to begin the trip to computers as servants, to partners, to mentors, meaning that analysts needed first to view their computers as assistants and eventually view them as advisors. Ultimately, Genoa 2's computers would know more than a human could know, as John von Neumann had predicted on his deathbed. Glad he's dead. The computer and the brain, the artificial automation, would one day be able to think. Wow. Total information awareness was a system of information systems that could read everything without reading everything. It was a system of systems that could observe and then connect everything the human eye could not see. On January 14, 2002, the Information Awareness Office opened its doors temporarily on the 4th floor of the DARPA office building at 3710 North Fairfax Drive in Arlington, while John Poindexter worked to secure an independent facility where total information awareness analysts could settle permanently. One of the first people Poindexter would visit was Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. Over lunch in Rumsfeld's office of chilled sushi with pretzels inside and melon slices. No, the two men discussed total information awareness while scoffing their food. It was agreed that DARPA would build the system, then help its customers get the system up and running. The customers were the CIA, the FBI, and the NSA, but also the service agencies. Tether felt that the best place to house a new total information awareness system was at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, a division of the Army's Intelligence and Security Command, INSCOM. Tony Tether set up a meeting with INSCOM's commanding officer, Lieutenant General Keith Alexander, at Port Belvoir. Alexander ran his operations at a facility known as the Information Dominance Center. How wonderful, what a great word, what a great title. With an unusual interior design that deviated significantly from traditional military decor. The Information Dominance Center had been designed by Academy Award-winning Pratt Hollywood set designer Bran Ferrin to simulate the bridge of the Starship Enterprise from the Star Trek television and film series. You can't make this shit up, can you? There were ovoid-shaped chairs, computer stations inside highly polished chrome panels, even doors that slid open with a whooshing sound like on Star Trek. Alexander would sit in the leather captain's chair, positioned in the center of the command post, and shout, Klingons on the starboard bow, Captain. where he could face the information dominance centres 24/40 television monitor, 24/40s. General Alexander loved the science fiction genre. INSCOM staff even wondered if the general fancied himself a real-life Captain Kirk. An arrangement was made between DARPA and INSCOM, where General Alexander gave John Poindexter and his team an area to work out of inside the Information Dominance Center. The initial Total Information Awareness experiment was done at INSCOM Worldwide Command, says Bob Pop. The plan was to have attachments or nodes across the world. Multiple agencies would work on multiple problems. Poindexter began inviting other agencies to work alongside Total Information Awareness as collaborators. One by one they joined, including the CIA, NSA, and FBI. Poindexter believed that another attack was already well along in its planning phase. Could happen at any time. Many other senior officials were motivated by the same fear. They're not scared of anything. They're the ones that do all the bloody attacks. Such a joke, and it was a con it all is. We felt as if we were really battling terrorism, says Bob. Good old Bob. The network grew. We set up another node in Germany. The future of Total Information Awareness seemed bright and gay. Then suddenly, Bob Pop recalls, we had our own battle with Congress. Ooh. In August 2002, Poindexter unveiled Total Information Awareness at the DARPA Tech Conference in Anaheim, California. This technology conference marked the beginning of the program's public end. In November 2002, a New York Times headline read, Pentagon plans a computer system that would peek at personal data of Americans. Reporter John Markoff wrote that the Department of Defense had initiated a massive computer-based domestic surveillance program, a vast electronic dragnet, searching for personal information as part of the hunt for terrorists around the globe, including the United States, without a search warrant. Markoff named DARPA as the agency in charge and reported that the computer system was called Total Information Awareness. The logo of the Information Awareness Office became the focus of much ire. It featured the Eye of Providence icon, the same as the one on the back of the dollar bill, casting a searchlight over the globe. DARPA's Latin motto, Scientia est potentia, or knowledge is power. Yeah, smart asses. Hey, it's not fucking wisdom though, is it? Proof. Fueled its own comparisons to George Orwell's 1984. Several days later, columnist William Safire wrote about Total Information Awareness, focusing on the fact that Poindexter of the Iran-Contra affair scandal was its director. Yeah, the Pentagon had given a disgraced admiral a $200 million budget to create computer dossiers on 300 million Americans, Sapphire wrote, listing the myriad of electronic transactions a person makes in a day, week, or year. Every purchase you make with a credit card, every magazine subscription you buy, a medical prescription you fill, every website you visit, an email you send or receive, Oh my goodness. If DARPA got its way, the Total Information Awareness Program would be able to monitor them all. This is not some far out Orwellian scenario, Sapphire wrote. It is what will happen to your personal freedom in the next few weeks if John Poindexter gets the unprecedented power he seeks. When Sapphire's column, hang on, see this it. When Sapphire's column ran, Total Information Awareness's existence had been a matter of public knowledge for 7 months, but no one had paid much attention to it. In the 30 days after Sapphire's column appeared, there were 285 stories about total information awareness, the majority of which were overwhelmingly negative. Many of the articles focused on the £200 million figure cited by Sapphire in a press conference on November 20th under Secretary of Defence for Acquisition, Logistics and Technology, Edward Pete Aldrich, stated that the budget for the Total Information Awareness System was $10 million through the 2003 fiscal year. This was highly inaccurate. According to records from the Defence Technical Information Centre Comptroller's Office, the actual budget for the Information Awareness Office through fiscal year 2003 was $586.4 million. The true numbers have been concealed inside of the DARPA research. Inside of the DARPA research, development, test, and evaluation budgeting. Although the numbers controversy wouldn't be revealed for months, the privacy concerns took center stage. Americans wanted answers. Lawmakers sent a list of questions for DARPA. Poindexter was sent to Capitol Hill, where he was expected to clarify details about total information awareness to roughly 50 members of Congress and their staff. Bob Pop went too. Me, Poindexter, Tony Tether, and our Hill liaison went to the Hill to brief the House and Senate, Pop recalled in 2014. Their meeting with the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence went well, Pop says. Questions, answers, fine. Then they moved on to the Senate Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Oh, everyone's sick of this crap by now? Someone's lurking. What do you think of this crap, mate? Come on, let me know. Pop up and have a talk if you want. Don't care if you're MI 3 and 3/8. We're not bothered. We don't care. We're all getting chemtrailed and surveilled. Chemtrailed and surveilled. It's such a wonderful thing. Chemtrailed and surveilled by the system of systems, software and AI, and weapons in the sky. It's all so wonderful. Yeah, I could go on and go. Very thrilling. Yeah, make a funny face. Right, well, I refer the honourable gentleman to the reply I gave some moments ago. Thank you. Right. Where were we? At the Senate, Poindexter began his testimony with a background of his own personal history, starting with his early education at a military academy after roughly 15 minutes, the Senate staffer shouted out, "Hey, when are you going to start talking about the reason you're here?" Poindexter said, "If you'll just give me a chance." Pop retorted, at which point Poindexter was interrupted by another staffer. "What's all this invasion of privacy?" someone else yelled. Pop says, John Poindexter was polite but stern. "Get to the data mining," the staffer yelled, which infuriated Poindexter. The staffer shouted, "We want answers now," which is when John Poindexter lost his composure. "Will you sit down?" he shouted back, far too loudly. Then, "I'm not going to let you drive the agenda." The agenda. Poindexter gave the rest of his presentation, but word of what had happened was already making its way to the Pentagon and to London and everywhere around the world, because we know what's going on down here in London town. Oh yeah, we know the apples and pears, and we know our plates of meat, and we know the current bun. And what's it doing? Where's the current bun gone, eh? All sprayed over the current bun, we can't get no sun, no vitamin D. Not for you, not for me. We're all breathing in the shite all night. Coming down the old Kent Road, eh? Come on, we go. Oh, never mind. Elephant and Castle will do, won't it, eh? Elephant in the Sky will do as well, won't it, eh? We're all going to pretend it's not happening, aren't we, eh? Pretend it'll go away. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, we lost his cool and said, "I'm not going to let you drive the agenda." Poindexter gave the rest of his presentation, but word of what had happened was already making its way back to the Pentagon. It was the beginning of the end of total information awareness. Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld was brought into the loop. Secretary of Defense, what was DARPA to do? Rumsfeld issued an order. John Poindexter was not to speak to anyone. No interviews with anyone from Congress, no interviews with the press. Okay, Poindexter's second fall from grace happened quickly. With him went the program, at least as far as the public was told. A multiple of newspaper articles generated a further wave of public outcry, including over the fact that the Pentagon had allocated $250 million for total information awareness through 2005. $250 million, geez. To spy on Americans and everything. Yeah, what the hell? $250 million, a lot of money. Poindexter was portrayed as a villain, and DARPA was cast as a surveillance machine. A reporter asked Rumsfeld about total information awareness. "I don't know much about it," Rumsfeld answered. Poindexter explained to me what he was doing at DARPA, he said, but it was a casual conversation. I haven't been briefed on it. I'm not knowledgeable about it. Anyone who's concerned ought not to be. Ought not be. When asked about Poindexter, the man, Rumsfeld said he didn't remember him much. Rumsfeld told the reporter that as was often the case with the American public, there was far too much hype and alarm of the surveillance program. Rumsfeld said, "Anyone with any concern ought to be able to sleep well. Anyone with any concern ought to be able to sleep well tonight." Total information awareness was a research program, he clarified, not an intelligence gathering operation. Really? In the wake of scandal, the Total Information Awareness Program was briefly named the Terrorism Information Awareness Program. Defence has changed the name of things. Yeah, what was it? Wind scale became whatever it was. Yeah. What was it? Wind scale and then can't remember what it's called now. There it goes. Yeah, just change the names of things, isn't it? Like changing deck chairs on the Titanic now, isn't it? Steady she sinks. Yeah, Britain's beginning to sink now, isn't it? Anyway, back to this twaddle. Right, in the wake of the scandal, the Total Information Awareness Program was briefly named the Terrorist Information Awareness Program, but the public controversy did not die down. Secretary of Defence Rumsfeld made it clear that Poindexter would resign or be fired. Ultimately, Poindexter offered his resignation to Tony Tether and told reporters he was leaving DARPA and looking forward to spending more time with his wife and family. Now, sailing in the Chesapeake Bay. Great. Secretary Rumsfeld then went back to making plans to invade Iraq. How nice. Months later, after the fall of 2003, Congress eliminated the funding for the Total Information Awareness Program, saying it was concerned about the activities of the Information Awareness Office. The House and Senate jointly directed that the office be terminated immediately. But the Total Information Awareness Programs did not end. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Bob Pop explained in 2014. Instead, many of the clandestine electronic surveillance programs were classified and transferred to NSA, DHS, CIA, and the military services. Program names were changed. Certain members of Congress were cleared to know about some of them, but not all of them. Major elements of DARPA's evidence extraction and link discovery and Geneva 2 programs, including the physical nodes that already existed at Inscom and in Germany, were folded into a classified NSA system called PRISM, a massive covert electronic surveillance and data mining program that would create an international uproar in 2013 after NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden leaked thousands of pages of classified documents to the press. Some DARPA programs for public faces were transferred to the Department of Homeland Security, including the Computer-Assisted Passenger Pre-Screening System, CAPS, Activity Recognition and Monitoring, ARM, and Human Identification at a Distance, Human ID. These programs, managed by the Office of Biometric Identity Management and the TSA, oversaw identity recognition software systems at airports and borders. Wow. And in public transportation systems and other public spaces. For use abroad, other Total Information Awareness programs were transferred to the Army for its biometrically enabled intelligence programs, which meant they could walk and chew gum at the same time. Which meant ultimately to collect biometrics on foreign individuals walking and talking and chewing gum at the same time, using eye scans, fingerprint scans, bubblegum scans, and facial scans. And CIA initiated a program called Anonymous Entity Resolution, based on Total Information Awareness's Scalable Social Network Analysis, SSNA. examining links between individuals through electronic systems like ATM withdrawals and hotel reservations. For use in future war zones, DARPA recycled some of the most invasive total information awareness, surveillance, and data mining technologies into a program designed for video collection, pattern analysis, and targeting acquisition for use in military operations in urban terrain. This program was called Combat Zones at Sea. Yay! Any future invasion strategy needed a new strategic context, according to Rumsfeld. Future wars could be fought according to DARPA's System of Systems concept. Advanced weapons platforms linked by a network of advanced computer systems. In 2003, this could not exactly be sold to the American people as assault breaker warfare, which would require a paragraph of explanation that sounded rather dull. Rumsfeld had been thinking about articulating a new strategic concept for the Department of Defense ever since he took office shortly after the 9/11 attack. Oh, he asked the job. He tasked the job of choosing a name to retired Vice Admiral Arthur Sabrowski, Director of the Office of Force Transformation. The Office of Force Transformation was an in-house Pentagon think tank personally created by Rumsfeld in the wake of 9/11. The mandate for this new office was to challenge the status quo with new concepts for American defense to ensure an overwhelming, continuing competitive advantage. The name of the Office of Force Transformation came up with for this new way of waging war was network-centric warfare. It was a phrase DARPA had been using for years, based on its assault breaker concept back in 1974. Soon the whole world would start hearing about the network-centric warfare. When Secretary Rumsfeld presented the Pentagon's transformation planning guidance to the President in the winter of 2003, he summed up the way forward as drawing upon unparalleled command and control, communications, computers, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities. So much had changed since the days of command and control. Arthur Sabrowski was a decorated naval pilot who had flown 154 combat missions during the Vietnam War. He had served in Operation Desert Storm, commanding a carrier air wing and a helicopter carrier and an aircraft carrier and a baggage carrier. He carried from the Navy. He retired from the Navy in August 2001. Regarding this naming issue, in internal documents sent to Rumsfeld in 2003, Sabrowski simplified why the concept of network-centric warfare would work. It offered new theory of war based on information, age principles, and phenomena. Sabrowski wrote, and network-centric warfare offered a new relationship between operations abroad and homeland security, meaning the lines between homeland security and fighting foreign wars would become intentionally blurred. Finally, Sabrowski wrote, network-centric warfare would provide a new concept sense of security in the American citizen. Zabrowski was an avowed American patriot, and he believed that everyone else should be too. Network-centric warfare had great moral seductiveness. Nothing to say, he said anyway. With this doctrine of network-centric warfare in place, on March 19, 2003, United States and its allies, here we go, launched Operation Iraqi Freedom. Really? Iraqi Freedom? What bloody cheek of calling that? And invaded Iraq to destroy the bloody place, bomb it back into the Stone Age, and destroy all its culture and museums and everything. After the US military completed its so-called major combat operations in just 21 days of shocking and awful shit, Zabrowski told PBS how pleased he was. The speed of that advance was absolutely unheard of, he said. He attributed this very high-speed warfare to network-centric warfare. He espoused the idea that the war that relied on advanced technology was a morally superior war. Wow, killing more and more people in a more moral and superior way. How lovely, how nice, and how wonderful. This is wicked, isn't it? America did not have to resort to wholesale slaughter anymore, really. Zabrowski said, we did not have to kill a very large number of them, meaning Iraqis, or maim an even larger number, because advanced technology now allowed the Defense Department to maim and cripple less and less little children in their cribs. Yeah. No, because advanced technology now allows the Defense Department to target specific individuals. This, said Zabrowski, was a good and a moral thing. Oh, yeah. There's a temptation to say that to develop that sense in the minds of an enemy that they are in fact defeated, you have to kill a very large number of them, maim an even larger number, destroy a lot of infrastructure and key elements of their civilization, and then they will feel defeated. I think that's wrong. That's wicked anyway. Well, Zabrowski said, I think we are now confronted now with a new problem. In a way, the kind of problem we always wanted to have, where you can achieve your initial military ends without the wholesale slaughter, because, remember, he said, this always cuts two ways. You have a moral obligation not just to limit your own casualties and the casualties of non-participants or combatants, but also those of the enemy itself. So we're moving in the more moral direction, which is appropriate. We need to come to grips with this reality. History revealed that Arthur Zabrowski spoke too soon. All the technology in the world could not win the war against terrorists in Iraq or Afghanistan. Local populations did not see network-centric warfare and targeted killing by drones in their neighborhoods as morally superior, and a new wave of terrorist organizations could emerge and inform and terrorize. Morning. Hey, how's Carly, man? Good morning, bro. Been reading from this book, Annie Jacobson's book, The Pentagon's Brain. It really is an eye-opener to how absolutely insane these people are, how controlling they are, and how completely compartmentalized everything is, and totally insane it is, and cynical, simply cynical. Anyway, I'll read you a bit from the beginning, Carlson. You might be interested in this. Are you going to stay for a bit? There's no point in reading. Start reading and then stop in the middle of it. Yeah? Do you want me to carry on reading, Carlson, or what? Do this especially for you, mate. I read this the other day on another stream. It's really interesting, this. This is The Evil Thing, Chapter 1. Yeah? So I'd already read the preface in the previous one. This is the Evil Thing. One day in the winter of 1954, a group of American scientists found themselves entering into a time when a machine they had created could trigger the end of the world. It was March the 1st, 1954, 4:29 a.m. local time on Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands, a small island chain in the vast Pacific Ocean, 2,650 miles west of Hawaii. Some of the scientists in the group had warned of this moment. Enrico Fermi and Isidore Rabi, both Manhattan Project scientists, called this machine an evil thing. And they told President Truman it should never be created, but it was built anyway, and now it was about to explode. The machine was a thermonuclear or hydrogen bomb, small enough to be loaded onto a U.S. Air Force bomber and dropped on an enemy city like Moscow. Because the bomb's existence had been kept secret from the American public, the test that the scientists were about to witness had been given a code name. It was called Castle Bravo. In other words, bravo for not blowing the whistle that was going to try this H-bomb. Crazy shit that might blow up the whole world. On one end of Bikini Atoll, 10 men, each with a top-secret Q clearance for access to nuclear secrets, waited inside a concrete bunker facing an unknown fate. In a little more than 2 hours, the most powerful bomb in the history of the world was going to be detonated just 19 miles away. No human being had ever before been this close to the kind of power this bomb was expected to deliver, with a predicted yield of 6 megatons. The H-bomb would deliver twice as much power as all the bombs dropped on Germany and Japan during World War II together, including both atomic bombs. Thanks to recent advancements in defense science, by 1954, machines were being militarized at an astonishing rate. Nuclear weapons in particular were getting smaller, and more efficient in ways that scientists could not have imagined a decade before. The H-bomb would likely explode with 1,000 times the force of the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima in August 1945, and yet it weighed just a little more than twice as much. The lights had not yet come up on Bikini Atoll. An intense tropical rainfall the night before had left the fronds on the coconut palms and pandanus trees soaking wet. Salt-loving sea lavender plants covered the lowlands, and little penny-sized geckos scampered across wet white sands. The bunker, codenamed Station 70, was an odd sight to behold. Squat, rectangular with blast-proof doors and 3-foot concrete walls. Anyway, I think I'll stop. I've read this before. You can go back and if you want to hear this, go back to a few live streams ago. I did this one. So yeah, I'm going to stop there because everyone's gone. And don't worry about it. Alright, okay. Cheers. Right. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm totally naked. I'm broadcasting for 5 hours and 36 minutes and 15 seconds. Thank you. And good morning. And let's hope the sun shines brightly on England's green pleasant land. Yeah. Okay. See you later.